Hello. Hello. All hell is broken loose. Good evening, good morning, whatever the hell time it is. Hello. All hell is broken loose. I don't know what happened. I went to bed at maybe 6 o'clock. All I know is all hell has broken loose. It appears it started due to an Israeli strike on Isfahan. Immediately, there was a launch towards Tel Aviv. I don't know. I don't know why this has happened. I was just kind of sleeping. Then I heard my phone go off, and it said there was a launch. I don't know, 6 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, towards Tel Aviv. I'm now awake. Israel attacked while I was sleeping. I didn't think they would do this. They have attacked. Iran has attacked back. This is Isfahan, Iran. Iran is under attack, and so in return, Iran attacked. And that's basically what's going on. It's a very bad situation. Iran has been attacked. Now they have attacked. I just woke up 6 minutes ago. Oh, I came right here. I'm ready to. It's going to be very fast. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Not really awake yet. I'm doing my best. All I know is things are very bad. That's the best I can tell you. You're going to have to give me a minute. Yeah, I was not expecting to see you all again. I was expecting to sleep till, like 3 in the morning, get up, then kind of cover a hearing at 8:45. But, I use that Red Alert app, and when I hear something like that, I'm always ready. I'm sorry, you're going to have to give me a second. I kind of got woken from my bed by an alert about missiles raining down on the middle of Israel. So, yes. Hello. If you're just tuning in, you should watch the stream from earlier. Israel has responded. They didn't wait. Apparently, they didn't wait for Mr. President Trump's permission. They just bombed Iran. Hello, Big Billy. Hello, Freya Farnham. It's good to see you. Hi, Aaron. Hi, Kara. Okay, Israel has bombed Iran. Oh, that's why Tehran got it. I mean, that's why Tel Aviv got it. Israel has just bombed the ever-loving hell out of Iran. Hello, Michael Brown. All right. The attack towards central Israel seems to be lifting. We have no idea where that was incoming from. I think you should expect it to be incoming again. I'm going to take a look at the live cams right now and find out what just happened. You need to understand that this is all rapidly developing. And I'd say, I'm not really sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. At least 13 strikes by Israel occurred in Iran. That was not good. I mean, I'm just quite frankly a little bit shocked. Apparently, that last launch was from Yemen, and it was intercepted by the Israeli Air Force. Okay, here's a picture from Isfahan. It all kicked off. I don't know how long Iran's gonna let this go on for. Apparently that was a Houthi launch right there, which was intercepted. That's what woke me from my bed. There also appears to have been attacks in... Oh, goodness. There also appears to have been attacks in Saudi Arabia. Don't expect this to stop. Israel unloaded on Iran. Hello, Lisa and Cannoli. Take a look right now at the at Central Tehran. Actually, let me put my headphones on. It's going to freeze and buffer for a second. Oh my word. That was quite a way to wake up. I don't think we'll see nukes. I don't think they're useful. But let's take a look. This is outside of Tehran in Iran, maybe an hour or two ago. Israel has retaliated. Oh my word. This is Tehran. Oh my. Saudi Arabia is under attack. And there was a huge tsunami in the Philippines. This is Tehran. This is why Israel came under attack. I knew something bad had to be happening. I don't know what type of munition that is being used there either. But Israel has unloaded. They did not wait. If you're just tuning in, Israel unloaded on Iran, and then in response, about maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, the Houthis apparently fired at all of central Israel. I expect Iran's going to fire again right now. All right, here's more footage from Isfahan. It's all filtering in right now from Iran. I think I don't think anyone was actually America, the U.S. is saying they are not involved in this attack. I repeat, America's trying to not catch strays, but apparently Saudi Arabia was struck. It's going to take me a second. It's going to take us all a second here. If you're just tuning in, there was a massive launch towards the center of Israel, not the north, Tel Aviv. Prince Sultan Air Base has been targeted, even though America was not involved in the attack. Apparently, we used airborne refueling platforms to facilitate the attack. So our bases have been hit. Mr. President needs to be awake. Oh my word! I have more footage coming in for you now. Iran has been attacked. Bibi lost it. Here's more footage coming in from Iran right now. I can't believe this. The IDF has struck Iran. Just, it's gonna take a second here. Oh my word. I just can't believe what I'm seeing. And then the Houthis immediately set off sirens across the Holy Land. Hello, Matthew. Hello, Kanapi. Oh, goodness. This is not a drill. Israel struck back. They just claimed it 14 minutes ago. The Air Force, under Amman guidance, struck Iranian regime military targets in western and central Iran a short time ago. Further details to follow. This is all happening now. Hello, Bunny Towel Mom. Hello, Kofi. Hello, Bo. After we thought it would all kind of settle down, after Mr. President instructed Bibi not to respond, he bombed the ever-loving hell out of Iran. In response, there was one launch, at least one. It was an abnormal pattern, one we haven't seen since the war. Kind of a surprise launch from the Houthis in Yemen towards Israel. If you're just tuning in, this is what happened. I knew it had to have been something horrifying to set off sirens in Tel Aviv. Yeah, well, Israel attacked. Hello, Didi Tames. It's so good to see you. This is what the people of Iran woke up to. Wow. Just wow. I don't think we've heard the end of the Iranian response. We're going to watch it together. There's also been bombings in Tehran, but it just happened and it's a little sketchy on the pictures. I have this footage. I think it's from Sky News Arabia. This is Tehran. Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu just couldn't listen to Mr. President Trump. He couldn't listen. Instead, he just attacked Iran out of nowhere. The last one that was launched was from Yemen. It was intercepted, so expect Iran to follow up. They're not going to wait. They waited till Mr. President Trump went to sleep too. Oh goodness. All right, I have a report from Trey Yingst, who was just in Tel Aviv during that Houthi launch. And then while this is filtering in, I'll get you as many clips from Iran as I can, and we will monitor to see if there's any further developments. I expect it all to kick off now, though. And the stock market's going to open right now, too. This is very bad timing.
This is breaking news. Air raid sirens.
Oh, wow. The sirens actually sounded in Tel Aviv. He's in Tel Aviv.
Are sounding across Tel Aviv. Right now, the population of Tel Aviv is headed into bomb shelters. Again, this is following the Israeli strikes that took place overnight against targets.
Hello, Club Z Clairvoyance. Israel struck Iran. Good to see you. Yes, Israel struck Iran out of nowhere. And then maybe 15 minutes ago, the Houthis launched a missile at Tel Aviv. It was intercepted, but it did sound air raid sirens throughout central Israel.
It's in central and western Iran. And before that, the Iranian ballistic missile attack that targeted northern Israel. But again, the latest information that we have right now, sirens are sounding across Tel Aviv, Israel's second largest city, sending the population here into shelters. This is breaking news. Air raid sirens are sounding across Tel Aviv. Right now, the population of Tel Aviv is headed into bomb shelters. Again, this is following the Israeli strikes that took place overnight against targets in central and western Iran. And before that, the Iranian ballistic missile attack that targeted northern Israel. But again, the latest information that we have right now, sirens are sounding across Tel Aviv, Israel's second largest city, sending the population here into shelters. This is breaking.
So Saudi Arabia has been hit in the past half hour. Tehran has been hit. Isfahan has been hit. And I expect Israel is expecting retaliation. It's also, let me see, it's 11:20 p.m. It's still Sunday in the United States. It's 5:20 a.m. in South Africa on Monday, June 8th. It's 6:20 a.m. in Israel, and it's 6:50 a.m. in Tehran. So they're all awake. Don't expect this to go unanswered. That was a serious start. That was a serious set of bombing raids across Iran. I've seen myself footage of 3 different attacks, but Israel is claiming at least 12. They've put this situation on an absolutely untenable path. Oh my word. This is obviously very concerning. Let's take a look at the report from the top of the hour. Let's find out how bad this bombing was. Let's go back 20 minutes on Al Jazeera English. I mean, just wow. I don't know if Mr. President was not awake. I don't know if he just didn't take part in this. Maybe publicly he said one thing and then behind closed doors said another. I have no explanation for this whatsoever. I'm almost shocked that it has gone down this way. I didn't think Israel would bomb. Let's take a listen to the top of the hour update 20 minutes or so ago on Al Jazeera. Let me just find out what they know. Pardon me. This is a very rapidly developing situation.
Hello, I'm Riley Carlson, and this is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Here's what's coming up. The Israeli military says that it has carried out strikes against military targets in western and central Iran. Iran has launched a wave of missiles at northern Israel, accusing it of repeated violations of the ceasefire by attacking Lebanon. And the escalation comes after Israel attacked the southern suburbs of Beirut, breaching a ceasefire agreement and killing 2 people. Also ahead, Xi Jinping makes his first trip to North Korea in 7 years as he looks to strengthen ties with Kim Jong-un.
Okay, I have more footage coming in now for you from Iran. This is all in the past hour. And then Iran has struck back once through the Houthis, but only once so far. This is Iran. Trying to see if I remember this footage from during the war. I don't. This might be new. This is Iran this morning. Oh, those are civilian areas. Oh, the IDF gave their answer. They got no U.S. help. We allowed them to use our refuelers, and even that got our bases hit in Saudi Arabia. Israel lashed out. If you're just tuning in, it was it shouldn't have been a surprise. I hope that Mr. President was awake and was told that this was happening, because Israel hit Iran out of nowhere. You're looking at the latest pictures from Iran. Hello, Jay Moore. Good to see you. The last strike towards Tel Aviv was intercepted. So there's one piece of positive news. But I need to tell you, this is a very serious situation. I'm just waiting, frankly. Iran doesn't need the Houthis to do their work. Iran is perfectly capable of firing their own missiles. Hello, Anthony Barton. Good to see you. Yeah, Iran knows the market's open like right now in the east. The Japanese market's gonna open right now. Let's check it. It's the Nikkei. Is it open yet? Oh! 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 Are you kidding me? The Nikkei's off 4%. It's halfway to a circuit breaker. Yeah. That's not good. So I'm looking at the Nikkei 225. The Japanese markets are a very good indicator of where the other markets are going. It's off 4%. There's going to be chaos in the morning. It dropped 4%. in maybe 2 hours of trading. It can't drop much more. It can only drop. They do take a lunch break, but it can only drop like 8%, and then they stop trading on the market. Yeah, probably makes sense, honest risk. But it did crash. It crashed right away on opening. Then it went even more down in the last hour. It kind of bottomed out, maybe down 4. Now it's about down 383. It's bad, though. Hello, Peter. Good to see you. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. The next 8 hours are going to be a little bumpy. I'm barely awake. I literally went right from my bed to speaking to you all. Didn't even get a chance to blow my nose when I woke up. Just immediately, things have gone to hell in a handbasket. This is what the people of Iran woke up to this morning. I can't even believe what I'm seeing. I can't believe this is happening. We were supposed to move past this. It was supposed to just be, an off-ramp. Israel was supposed to be muzzled. Bibi was supposed to learn his lesson. We were supposed to wake up to a brand new day, a brighter day. Nope. Nope. He bombed the hell out of Iran. And they're not just gonna sit there. Hello, Nature Alley. It's good to see you. They're not just gonna sit there, folks. They're not. That is a civilian area in Tehran that certainly got bombed overnight. I want the goats to win the conflict personally. I would like the goats to be safe. That's really what I'm mostly concerned about. Hashtag save the goats. Here's the latest from the Israeli Air Force. Take it away, British reporter Towell.
Conversation. Translated from Hebrew. The Chief of the General Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, the Commander of the Air Force, Major General Omer Tishler, and senior IDF officials have been conducting ongoing situational assessments and commanding IDF strikes in Iran from the Air Force Operations Center over the past hours. The IDF is on high alert and ready to continue operations across all sectors against anyone who threatens the state of Israel.
Here are the pictures from the command center as the IDF attacks Iran, with no help from the U.S. All right, let's take a listen to the top of the hour update. This is about 30 minutes ago. We're a little behind.
Thank you for being with us. It is just past 3 GMT. That is 6:30 a.m. in Tehran.
Well, if nothing happens beyond the Houthis firing at Tel Aviv, then Israel will ever change the security equation. If Iran launches ballistic missiles at Israel, then we're right back where we were 5 hours ago.
Explosions have been heard within the past hour.
DD Thames, for their part, wants to see the flamingos.
You're watching Al Jazeera. The Israeli military says that it struck military targets in central and western Iran. Iran's Revolutionary Guard also confirms the airstrikes.
Hello,
Iranian
Jeremy.
media
Hello,
is
Jeremy Briggs. I'm right there with you. God bless you, my friend.
Reporting that several explosions have been heard in the capital Tehran, as well as in Tabriz and Isfahan. This all comes after a wave of Iranian missiles were fired towards Israel late on Sunday. Sirens sounded across the country and projectiles were seen over northern Israel. The military says that it intercepted all of the missiles that were launched so far. Shortly after Iran launched those missiles, the spokesman of Iran's Central Command gave a video statement. Ibrahim Zolfagari said the U.S. had given Israel the green light to attack Beirut and warned of more attacks if Israel continues to strike Lebanon.
Through its repeated violations of the ceasefire, the aggressive Zionist regime has continuously escalated its acts of aggression against the oppressed people of Lebanon. These actions have been carried out with the green light and support of the criminal United States and amid the silence of international community. By employing prohibited weapons, including phosphorus munitions, the regime has committed war crimes. Despite previous warnings issued by the Islamic Republic of Iran, the child-killing Zionist regime has crossed all red lines by intensifying its attacks in southern Lebanon and targeting Dahieh and the southern suburbs of Beirut. We had previously warned that if there were any crimes committed in Dahieh, we would strike within those occupied territories. The Zionist military must immediately cease its attacks against southern Lebanon and Dahieh. Should it expand its aggression in that area or respond to Iran's action, it will face even more forceful blows. In such a case, devastating operations will be launched against the regime and its supporters.
I'm telling you, it's coming. Like one missile from the Houthis is not Iran's response. I'm very concerned. They teed this up. They said, this was last night, they said if Israel responded, they would attack.
Let's go live now to Mohammed Val, who joins us from Tehran. So, Mohammed, what are Iranian leaders saying now about these?
The man in Tehran, this was the man that was in Tehran on the first day of the war. This is intense.
Strikes on Iranian territory, and have there been any reports of damage?
So far, we have only news agencies and social media talking about it. But I've just seen a line right now that IRGC has issued a statement. We don't yet have the translation of that statement, but one line from it saying that the Zionist enemy has attacked Iranian soil using ballistic missiles. So ballistic missiles, that's the only detail that is being given now by Iranians about these strikes. So it's not military aircraft, it's ballistic missiles used by Israel, according to this IRGC statement, the full text of which I don't have yet. Regarding the authorities, the leaders, we don't have any statements so far. It's too early, but we are expecting that in no time the Iranians have been talking about an aggression from the Israeli side, a response which they have promised to respond back against in a much stronger and more devastating manner overnight after those initial strikes by the Iranians on the northern part of Israel. The Israelis also have been talking about military facilities being hit across the country, particularly around Tehran, including Mehrabad Airport, also west of Tehran in the Karsh city that is not far from here to the west, and in Isfahan. These are very strategic locations full of military facilities, locations that have been hit many times during the 40-day war, and now Israelis are back to them, striking at them again, something that the Iranians will not take easily and will very probably respond against in a very strong way, as they promised. Iran has tried all the time during this war to set in motion a mechanism or a kind of dynamic by which they don't tolerate any aggression from the Israeli side or the American side, and they respond in kind or even stronger, using heavier missiles across those areas, and it is going to maintain that. That's what they have promised to do, and Lebanon is at the center of this now. This is no longer just between Iran and Israel, between Iran and the United States. This is something that has never happened before in the history of the struggle in this region or the conflict in this region, that Iran directly and militarily intervenes to protect its allies in Lebanon in a military way. So that's the beginning of it, and the expectation is that it is going to continue. If it doesn't continue, and if Israel continues to strike against targets in Lebanon, particularly in southern Beirut, then what happened overnight, this Iranian intervention, is going to be void of any meaning regarding what it has pledged and promised in favor of its allies in Lebanon. So, I mean, the results of what happened overnight on the Iranian side will depend on the kind and level of deterrence that it is going to create in the balance of power between it and Israel. And that's something that does seem to be at risk, because Israel has responded not only against Iran, but also once again against Beirut at the very beginning, trying to destroy.
Excellent question, Interpretal. The initial report out of Isfahan, no injuries. But that's only Isfahan. I do not have a report from the capital.
That equation that Iran has tried to initiate overnight.
Yeah,
Yes, you can all have pieces of cake for being awake and alert at 11:40 p.m. if you're in the East Coast, 8:40 p.m. if you're on the West Coast of the U.S.
And as
You
you
can
say,
all have
Mohammed, a
cake.
level of deterrence, what is it willing to create at this point? You bring up an interesting point, which is that this is the first time that Iran has sort of intervened militarily on behalf of a third party here. Iran has been warning for some time, since the ceasefire has been in effect, which is about 2 months now, that cessation of hostilities in Lebanon were a red line for it. Given that it has been so long, what are authorities saying about why now?
Well, apparently, Iran has come to a level of impatience and lack of hope that anything will change in the pattern of behavior that Israel has continued to adopt and use after the signing of the ceasefire in April for many weeks. Iran has been asking the Americans to stop the Israelis, asking the Donald Trump and the Americans, the Israelis at the same time, to comply to the terms of the ceasefire. So they say that they have given enough time to those two warring sides in this war to really heed the warnings and to listen to the voice of reason, because any ceasefire should be complete and nobody should violate it. So they have always been talking about Israeli violation in particular, but also American violations across the Strait of Hormuz and in the region. And now the Iranians seem to be saying enough is enough. We can't tolerate this to continue, particularly when the Israelis began to talk about pushing towards the southern Dahir of Beirut. That's the central headquarters of Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Anthony, I think that might have been a character played by the Borat guy, but I know what you're saying.
So, because Lebanon, remember, Hezbollah joined this war on behalf of Iran to support Iran, and it is seen here in Iran as shameful for Iran not to intervene also on behalf of Hezbollah and support Hezbollah in this war. So that's the equation, and that's why Iran has now decided to intervene, because it has lost hope that the Americans are going to be able to curb the Israeli actions in Lebanon.
It's Al Jazeera's Mohammed Val reporting live for us from Tehran. Mohammed, thank you. Now, earlier, U.S. President Donald Trump told the Financial Times about a phone call that he had with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He reportedly said that
This is accurate.
he calls the shots and that Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept a deal with Iran. Al Jazeera's Manuel Rapallo is live for us now from Washington, D.C. So, Manuel, the president says that he has urged restraint here on the side of Israel. Will the White House be concerned about the escalation that's happening right now between the other two parties in this conflict?
I can imagine there's quite a bit of concern.
Yes. I mean, I know she knows the answer is yes, so she's teeing him up, but I'm a little bit worried the president is sleeping. Like, if you didn't have, like, somebody better have woken him up, but you needed to, like, know that this was coming. First of all, the president probably went to bed thinking that Bibi wouldn't do this. I don't believe that this was some 5D chess where Mr. President Trump was saying publicly, don't do it, and privately, you can do it. No. Mr. President has not liked anything about the war by Israel on Lebanon. And I certainly don't think he's going to give Bibi cover for this. They must have screamed at each other. And Bibi must have been like, screw you, I'm doing it anyway. Mr. President Trump must have been then like, fine, you'll do it alone. Oh my word, I'm cold. I'm going to get my jacket. Just let's listen to this Washington, D.C. update. This is not good.
At the White
I give it like 20 minutes. Knowing Iran, I give it 17 minutes. They'll launch at the top of the hour. If I'm wrong, so be it, but I know how they work. They don't just launch a missile from Yemen and say, well, you know, you learned your lesson. No, they're gearing their launch sites up, and they always attack at the top of the hour. Hezbollah and Iran are very efficient. And it's not random. People think, like, they try to do a little OPSEC to protect, like, how they're doing their operations. No, they launch, like, on a very set schedule, and they're very predictable.
White House, on Capitol Hill, at the State Department, and at the Pentagon.
Too late, Dharma. The Houthis fired a missile at Tel Aviv. It set off air raid sirens in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. It's too late. It's now a question of when is Iran going to fire the next round. I give it a few hours. That's probably too much time. Iran's going to tank the markets. They know that the way to get to Mr. President is to tank the markets. So you attack now. That's what they will do. The Nikkei opened 2 hours ago. The Shanghai Composite is open. Then the Europe. Wait a minute. What time is it in Europe? It's probably like, I don't know, 7 in the morning, 6, 7 in the morning. The European markets are going to open in 2 hours. And then 4 hours after that, or 5 hours after that, the American markets are going to open. It's going to be a bloodbath. Literally and figuratively. It's going to be brutal. I don't know why. I mean, I know why they're doing this. Because they're going to tank the markets. Iran said the whole time, if you do this, we're going to tank the global economy. We're not just going to strike. We're going to tank the global economy. And that's exactly what they're going to do. It's 4:44 in the morning in the UK. Hello to our Tau friends in the UK. So the London index, I think it opens at, 8:30 or 9? London's market is so weird. If you try to go downtown in London when the market opens, your GPS will jam right over that bridge near the stock exchange because they use GPS jamming to prevent manipulative trading. Do you know that's the quickest way to trade? So think about it. There's latency between fiber optic cables. The farther you are from the trading floor, the more latency, the more delay in the data. So you go to the London Stock Exchange when it opens, and they GPS scramble around the building so that you can't manipulate the stock market by just being closer to it. It's kind of funny. Anyway, all right, let's continue.
Gone here in Washington, given all of this recent escalation that poses, has there been quite a bit of optimism from U.S. officials that a deal with Tehran and between Tehran and the United States is within reach, but there's been calls very public.
Hello, Scott. Good to see you. Microdots, Richie, how you doing? Richie, I was going to just wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning. You know, it was Proctor hearing day. I was going to record the hearing at 8:45 in front of Judge Gildea. No, I was shaken out of my bed with like 489 alerts as Yemen. Well, let me explain it to you this way. Yesterday, Israel bombed Beirut. Then, last night, well, it's actually still tonight because the day hasn't changed yet. Then tonight, about 5, it was actually at 3 p.m. Eastern time exactly. Maybe a little, yes, exactly. Iran bombed the ever-loving hell out of the north of Israel. They struck Haifa. They struck Netanya. They set alerts off from Kiryat Shimona all the way to Netanya. The whole north. They hit Israel hard, like probably 15 to 20 missiles, 4 waves, back to back to back to back. Mr. President Trump immediately gave a bunch of interviews to Axios, Barak Ravid, the Financial Times, etc., etc. And Trey Yanks with Fox. And Mr. President says to them, I'm going to call Bibi right now and order him not to respond. Okay. Well, if you watched today's coverage earlier, part 77, we're now on part 78, you would have seen me take you through 4 or 5 hours of that crazy series of developments, which ended basically with everybody going to bed. Okay, the last report that I saw was that maybe over the next few days, if there was no progress in the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran, then Israel would be given permission to strike back. And I thought that was pretty rational, pretty reasonable. I thought that was a nice change of pace. to sort of have a potentially reasonable solution to all of this play out. Nope. Nope. We made it 5 hours, which is frank. You know what's really weird? Do you know how long it takes a jet to get from Israel to Iran? Do you know how long? 4 to 6 hours? Which means they left like the second that Israel got attacked. Those fighters were in the air. The strike happened 6 hours later, but they had to leave. They don't just fly around at a fail-safe point. They have to scramble from the base, which is exactly what they did. Now I'm starting to see it. The cobwebs are, you see, I had to wake up. It took me 45 minutes to wake up. I got enough sleep, thankfully. But the point is, it takes maybe, hello Spacey, good to see you, my friend. Hello Bunny Tail Mom, hello Bo, hello Kofi. So it takes 6 hours, maybe 4 to 6 hours, just so you understand. When I say like fighter jets, so fighter jets don't go that fast. And I know some of you are going to be like, Grant, fighter jets go very fast. The fastest fighter jet in the world is the F-22 Raptor. The US has it. It goes Mach 2.5, which is 1,500 miles an hour at most. That's the fastest plane in the world. That's called the F-22 Raptor. It goes Mach, what did I say, 2.5. Okay. Israel, from what I understand, they have like F-15s. They might have the F-35, but they have a degraded version of it. We strip the avionics out of it before we give it to them. They don't even have that. They have a slower plane. It takes a long time to get to Iran. Just so you understand what I'm talking about, to fly a jet sortie and bomb Iran. Now, they were saying they used surface-to-air missiles, or surface-to-surface missiles. I don't think so. I think they were strikes with jets. Israel's normal flight pattern, we talked about this at the end of last night's stream. I pray as well, Penny. Apparently, American troops were so this is why Mr. President's got to be up. I'm good at telling you what's going on because I can track the air raid alerts. I can track the primary source footage. But I mean, I'm not the military. My grandfather was in the military. He was in the Navy in World War II. Anyway, God rest his soul. I'm not in the military. I don't have access to, obviously, what the president has access to. He's got to be up. Because if they hit our boys and girls, our sons and daughters in Saudi Arabia, I don't care if it was a Love Tap missile. You can't be striking our troops. And we can't be asleep as it's happening. You just have to be awake. I don't know what to say. Maybe having an 80-year-old president is not the best idea. Not because, wisdom is not valuable. It's very valuable. But, bro, you got to be ready to go at a moment's notice, 24 hours a day, 365 days a week. That does not mean you need to be able to run a mile, okay? I think disabled people, older people, etc., all can be president. But you got to mentally be ready to go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It's not a job with off time. I was thinking about it earlier. I don't like how the bully pulpit's being used right now. That refers to the way you use the American presidency to set the tone. Anyway, you need to be awake and you need to be ready because the Iranians are going to know we're sleeping. I mean, they're going to know I'm awake. Hello, IRGC. How are you doing? Quite a kerfluffle the IDF has caused, I suppose. But yeah, they're going to know we're asleep. And they already know we're weak. I just want to let you know. They're not dumb. The Iranians are very smart, and they see everything. I guarantee you they watch this channel. They watch everything. And they know we're weak, and they know we're sleeping. So you got the worst possible situation. An unconstrained Benjamin Netanyahu bombing the hell out of Iran, and Iran recognizing that the U.S. is probably not going to come to Israel's aid right now. Which leads to one firm, inevitable conclusion. They are going to strike the ever-loving hell out of Israel. When? I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say 7 minutes from now. That's just a guess. Because that's how Iran works. They tend to launch at the top of the hour. What time is it in the... Let me see. So it's coming up on midnight in the east in America. So it's 6 a.m. in South Africa. It's 7 a.m. in Israel. Mind you, it's a work day. It's Monday. It's a school day. And it's 7:30 a.m. in Tehran. This is a very concerning situation. Hello, Lavender and Rose. It's good to see you. You know, I don't even know if it's who Mr. President Trump is surrounded by. I think Mr. President Trump wants out of the war. I really do. I think he's over it. And you can't be over it because the opponent in a war will take that as weakness. If you're like, I don't want to do this anymore, they're going to be like, well, you don't really have a choice. And they're going to push harder, which is what they're doing. All right, let's continue to listen to the Washington update while I get you more footage from on the ground.
Public calls from the Trump administration for all sides.
Whenever so we're behind on Al Jazeera by like an hour. Whenever they use that kind of so Al Jazeera English uses the size of the font to tell you how important things are. When they start going like all caps and it starts taking over the presenter, it's normally a sign something very bad is happening. They're not going to scream or cry or melt down on the air. They're just going to use bigger like lettering to tell you something's happening.
It's all parties involved in this conflict to show restraint regarding this phone call that you just mentioned that was reported by the Financial Times earlier on Sunday. This was a phone call that reportedly took place.
I literally am concerned that Mr. President is asleep. I'm worried the President of the United States is asleep. He's like 80. Yesterday was a long day, and this happened at almost midnight. You had to be ready to go.
Between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, where President Trump was specifically calling on Prime Minister Netanyahu to not respond to the missile attack by Iran on Israel, to show restraint. And we know that only moments later there was in fact a military response from the Israelis. This despite the fact that President Trump, as you mentioned, Riley, at the beginning of the segment, reportedly said that it is he, President Trump, who calls the shots, and that Netanyahu would not have any choice but to show restraint. So one of the questions I believe that U.S. officials are going to be waking up to first thing on Monday morning here in Washington is exactly how much leverage does Washington have over Israeli decision making.
Excuse me. Can I pause? Can I do some commentary? We're like an hour behind on this anyway. Can I just do some commentary? Excuse me. Waking up to, do you know what I would be saying if I were that reporter? I'm a little bit perturbed that no one in the government is awake. That guy works the overnight shift on Al Jazeera. I've seen him before. Like, he works the 11 a.m. to 7 a.m. 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. overnight shift always. And most of the time, he's just kind of like reporting when there's breaking news overnight. He very rarely actually gets any news. This is the first time where if I were him, I'd be like, you know, I'm frankly quite a little baffled. No one is awake. You know, it's normally inappropriate to say, but I'd be like, no one's awake. I can't get any statements from anyone because they're all asleep.
Now, Washington, over the course of these
Main Chickadee, I also heard he sleeps very little, but what worries me is he has a pattern of going dark for like 10 hours every night. I think he sleeps a lot. Mr. President, he's 80. He's in good health for an 80-year-old because he doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, doesn't do drugs. He's a relatively healthy man for an 80-year-old, but he's 80. And I'm worried. I am very concerned. I don't think anyone this is the fourth or fifth time this has happened where there's been a very serious development, and I've had to seriously pause and wonder whether the government of the United States, I know the military's awake, they work all the time, but I have to wonder whether, like Washington, it's called the Washington Consensus, I just have to wonder, are they even awake? Like, what are these like elderly statesmen doing? Are they sleeping? Like, did they have a long night? Are they thinking about a UFC fight? I have to actually ask these questions. I'm worried my government is asleep at the wheel.
last few weeks has been playing a sort of two-pronged approach. On the one hand, trying to preserve these talks with Tehran, and on the other hand, mediating and brokering.
Listen, if we can get through the top of this hour without massive alerts going off, it's a good sign, I suppose. We're not out of the water yet. We got to make it through like 6 more hours. But I'm very worried in like 2 minutes it's about to go off. I just have this very bad, ominous feeling.
A deal between Israel and Lebanon, one which, by the way, has left many questions unanswered, given the fact that Hezbollah, which is a very important aspect of these larger negotiations, as evidenced by the fact that Israel continues to use this as a major sticking point in negotiations with the United States. There's still questions unanswered over how such a framework between Israel and Lebanon would move forward without the participation of Hezbollah. So every new airstrike that we're seeing, every bit of escalation that we're seeing is making it increasingly difficult for this White House to sell this argument that diplomacy still has traction.
And on the topic of that diplomacy, Manuel, this is all happening, of course, in the backdrop of these negotiations between the U.S. and Iran. And this is likely to complicate things, especially given that it was just yesterday that Pakistan said that it had a message from the U.S. for the Supreme Leader and that it was going to be important. Remind us where these negotiations were just hours ago before this all kicked off.
This is part of the rhetoric that the White House is having a very, very difficult time keeping a hold of. There's a lot at this point that is absolutely out of the hands of President Trump. Right now, we've heard very little from U.S. officials. Mind you, we are getting quite close to midnight here in Washington. But as you mentioned, Riley, only hours ago on Sunday, President Trump was still sounding optimistic that a deal with Iran was tangible, would be forthcoming. He gave specific dates over the last few weeks. He's been saying, oh, this could happen with...
Okay, we hit the top of the hour, no launch. This is good.
In a few weeks, it could happen any moment. But he was saying that this could happen on Monday, on Tuesday, or even on Wednesday. It's very, very difficult to reconcile the idea that we're nearing an agreement with Tehran every time we're seeing a new barrage of airstrikes, every time we're seeing a new missile being launched from a different country as the night continues to progress, at least here in Washington. I know is already early hours where you are, Riley. All of this, again, making it increasingly difficult.
Israel expects a response by Iran within hours. I'm gonna stay live as long as I can. I have a hearing to record, a very important one, in like 8 hours. I'll give you as long as I can. I guess I'm gonna go into my cycle of napping just when I can. We probably should get Tal some food and other things. I will do that later. My point is, there's going to be a response. I'm seeing the chatter from the Israeli channels in particular. I think there's going to be a response. It is midnight. Hello, Robin Hood. It is officially midnight. It's officially Monday, ladies and gentlemen, June 8th, 2026. If you're just tuning in, all hell is broken loose. It started with a strike on Beirut by Israel. Then it was Iran last night attacking. Alerts! Oh my goodness! I told you! I told you it was coming! I told you! I told you! It's the holy city! I told you it was coming! Why does nobody listen to me? I listened to myself. I called it to the minute. I told you it was coming. I told you. You have like 6 minutes. Oh goodness. I knew this was coming and I still wasn't ready for it. Oh no. Somebody tell Silent Dog. Somebody. Why don't people listen to me? I called it to the minute. I'm a towel. Oh goodness. People should listen to me far more often. Oh goodness, I don't know what to say. I don't feel good about myself that I can predict these things. I'm baffled. I'm upset. It's incoming. You have like 6 minutes. Where's it coming to? Oh goodness. Israel is under attack again. Oh goodness, they're coming again. Oh, I don't know what to say. I can do this. I can do this. Oh, let me breathe. The missiles are incoming. We don't have time. I told you it was going to happen at the top of the hour. No one listens to Little Towel. Well, I listen to myself. My point is, some of you were listening. I told you it was going to happen. It's happened. They launched exactly at the top of the hour. They are listening. I told you they're watching. It seems to be the center of Israel. It's Tel Aviv. Oh, goodness, it's the whole frickin' thing. Oh, dear God. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Oh, this is very bad. This is bad. Let me get you the cams. Oh, where are the cams? Hold on. It's like midnight. I've only slept for like 5 hours. Oh, this is very intense. I'm going to get you the cams as soon as I can. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I told you. I knew it was coming. I told you they were going to launch. There's been a launch from Iran. You have like 6 minutes. No, that's the wrong one. I clicked the Russian one. I don't need the Russian and Ukraine one. I do pray for the people of Russia and Ukraine, though. You have like 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. It's coming. I told you have 5 minutes. There's a launch from Iran. You have like 5 minutes. I don't know what to tell you. I tried to tell you. God bless you, Reflex. Oh, dear God. Oh, dear God. Breaking. Iran has fired missiles at Tel Aviv. Time to arrival 4 minutes from this post. Oh, incoming! Oh, that was really quick. How did it get there so quick? Incoming! It's gonna start beeping. Here you go. They're arriving. The missiles are arriving. Red alert. It's the holy city! Oh my God, they bombed Jerusalem! Oh no! They bombed the holy city. I'm not kidding. They bombed the holy city. Incoming. I don't know where they're incoming. I told you they were going to do that. Oh, it's everywhere. They bombed the holy city. Oh, goodness. They bombed the holy city. This is not good. This is very bad. Oh, they bombed right north of the holy city. It's all throughout Tel Aviv. My friends, get to your shelter. If you're in the sound of my voice and you're in Israel. Oh, it's Beersheba and Tel Aviv. Oh, it's everywhere. Oh, goodness. They launched missiles everywhere. They're everywhere. Oh, God, they're everywhere. What are they launching? Oh, what have they done? What is this? I've never seen so many alerts in my life. There's like 700 of them. What have they done? They've attacked the entire area! Oh my God, they've attacked the entire country. You don't understand. I've never seen so many alerts in my life. Oh, this is very bad. Get to your shelter. If you are in Israel, do not take this lightly. Get to your shelter right now. There's so many alerts. It's the entire freaking country. Oh my God, they sprayed from the finger of the Galilee to Beersheba. There's like 750 alerts. I don't know what to tell you. I tried to tell you they were mad. Oh, they're really freaking mad. Oh, wow. Oh, my dear God. I don't know what to tell you. If you're in Israel, go to your shelter. Do not take this lightly. Do not ignore this. The first one was a bluff. Do not take this lightly. There's like 700 alerts. I am not exaggerating. This is the worst I have ever seen it. I've never seen anything this bad ever during any part of the war. I've covered every day of this war. There is like 850 alerts. It's all, oh my God, the entire country. The only places that are safe are Gaza and the West Bank. Get into your safe shelters right now. I don't care where the hell you are. That is the entire freaking country. Oh my. I can't believe what I am seeing right now. I have never seen anything like this in my life. They wasted no time. Bro, they must have launched Khorram Sharhars. It's the whole freaking area. Okay, we have Tel Aviv airport cam. Yeah, go inside. Don't be outside. Why are people on the roads? It's the whole freaking country. Oh my word. What have they done? Oh, they hit the holy city and Tel Aviv. Pray for our friend Yoram. Oh, it's the holy city. Oh, they bombed the ever-loving hell out of Jerusalem. What did you do? Oh, dear God. Listen, I'm a news reporter. The tone of my voice indicates the severity of the situation. I have never in my life seen so many alerts ever. I've covered this stuff for a long time. That was the entire country of Israel. Every single person in every single city. The places that didn't have the alerts were either the occupied West Bank, Gaza, or the desert. They hit the holy city. Oh, dear God, they hit the holy city. Oh, no. Listen, where's the news channels? Where it's just me? Hello, everybody's sleeping just because it's midnight? We gotta go. What don't you understand? They just bombed the holy city. I repeat, they bombed the holy city. This is not a drill. Iran has bombed the holy city. I'm pretty sure they bombed Tel Aviv, too. I'm pretty sure it's a Khorram Shalhar. How the hell else do you set off 780 alerts across the entire country of Israel? Oh my God, those are impacts. Wait a minute. That's an impact. Oh, it's a Khorram Shalhar. I know that sound. Oh my God. Why did Israel do it? They told them they were going to do this. Oh, that was an impact. Oh, this is bad. This is very bad. They just bombed the ever-loving hell out of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, you just watched it happen live. Oh, that was an impact. Oh, no. Oh, no. The people weren't ready because the first one was a bluff. They wanted them to think it wasn't a big deal. Oh, they just railed them. Oh, no. Oh, no, they bombed again. It's going to start again. In Beersheba. Oh, what have they done? Oh, this is going to be really bad. This is very bad. Oh, no. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you. I've never seen anything like this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, they have gone all out. Iran just escalated in a way that I don't think any of us were expecting. The holy city's been bombed. Beersheba's been bombed. Tel Aviv has been bombed. It all happened at once. I told you, it's really bad, and it's not going to stop. They told them if they bombed Iran, they were going to literally go like exponentially hard. They did. Oh my God. It's daytime. Folks, it is the daytime. They just hit the holy city. They hit Beersheba. They set off alerts in every single place in Israel. I am not exaggerating. I just watched it happen. Trey says explosion. Yeah, there were no... All right, something really bad has happened. They just hit these cities with no air raids. I hope people went to their shelters. I hope everyone is okay. This is very bad. I'm going to try to get you impact assessments immediately. I need to tell you, though, that was bad. They hit Beersheba. They hit Adad. They hit Jerusalem. They hit they hit the north. I think they hit every single area of Israel with warnings. I don't know where the missiles went. I don't know if they're Khorram Shalhars. I'll tell you as soon as I can. I mean, I am just absolutely shocked. I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. I saw it with my own eyes. I still don't believe it. The whole country. The whole freaking country. Unbelievable. Oh my. It's still, listen, they just hit the holy city. I'm sorry. I'm telling you right now, they hit the holy city. 3 hits. 3 hits at least. The holy city has been hit. I don't have primary source confirmation, but I'm telling you, they hit 3 times. This is bad, and they're not going to stop. As soon as the warnings go away, they're going to launch again. I know how they work. I told you, I predicted to the minute when they were going to do this. I know how they work. They're probably sitting there like, oh yeah, Grant's got our number. Yeah, I told you this was coming. The Towel early, if you were watching Towel, you had like a 10-minute heads up, maybe 15. I'm more accurate. I'm a better early warning system than the actual home front command. That's actually really disturbing. That the only people who got that extra... It is really wrong that the only people who got that extra warning were the people who were watching this stream. That's just a massive public safety failure. We can't rely on Towel to warn the entire population of Israel that there's missiles coming. The alerts are clearing. That was a big series of hits. There were multiple impacts. I heard them. Now, the Jesus missiles. Yes, how could we forget? Yesterday's missiles were launched in the name of the God of Moses and Jesus. The Iranians really like Jesus and the God of Moses. All right. I don't have an impact assessment for you, but I'm telling you that was wild. No sirens at all, and they just whacked the whole, like, half the country. I'm pretty sure they just hit the holy city. That was brutal. Somebody wake... If the president wasn't awake before, he's awake now. Oh my. The whole country. Everybody's going to be awake now if they weren't awake before. Oh my word. I can't. I'm lost for words. I'll put on Al Jazeera for you, but I'm telling you, I just saw the largest missile barrage I've ever seen in my life. I don't know. How many people live in Israel? 10 million people just got alerts. They hit the entire country with alerts. I'm not kidding you. From the finger of the Galilee, all the way up north of Haifa, in Kiryat Shimona, all the way to Beersheba, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, Netanya, Haifa, you name it. It was lit up. The only places that Iran didn't target were Gaza and the occupied West Bank. They hit the holy city. I'm pretty sure. I can't confirm it for you, but that was absolutely wild. Captain Caps Timmy says, I tell everybody Grant Smith Ellis Intel News is one of the best. Hold on. Let me see what else it says. I'm a towel. One of the best, if not the best. Well, God bless you all. That was crazy. I'm going to get you an impact assessment. I think we all need to breathe a little bit, because that series of events, I've never seen anything like it. First, that was very surreal. I understand I'm a journalist, so I'm supposed to have some sense of what's going on and report it. But I predicted that within 60 seconds. Before it happened. That's a little eerie. I don't really know how to feel about that. I think I'm just going to pray about it. I don't have I'm telling you, that was bad. I do not have an impact assessment yet. It's going to take a few minutes. All the alerts are lifting as we speak. Translator tell, I think you can change the tone of it, but that's the best you can get. It wakes me up, that's for sure. I don't have any footage yet. This is actually more disturbing, not being able to get the footage. Okay, I have a footage from the launch. I have a footage from Iran of the... Oh, there's another one! No! No early warning! What is happening? No early warning! Oh no, Iran overloaded the system. Dude, they did not take down the early warning system. my, there's more. They're not, and there was no early warning, dude. I think they took down their systems. What is happening? They took down their early warning system. Listen, folks, if you are in the sound of my voice and you are in Israel, go to your shelter. Don't risk it. Listen to me right now. That missile, they just hit Beersheba again. There was no early warning. I'm telling you right now, there was no early warning. I think they took the system down. Do not go far. If you are in Israel, you should not be going anywhere except near your shelter. In fact, you should be in your shelter right now. There is no reason for you to be outside of your shelter. This is very unpredictable. I'm telling you, I watched with my own eyes that come in without an early warning. Dude, they either have a type of missile that is completely undetectable, or they took the early warning system down. Either one. What? 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 Are they is Hamas firing out of Gaza? Zekum Beach? I think Hamas might be, oh dude, they're going all out. This is wild. Are you looking at these alerts? Look at this one. Somebody's firing rockets out of Gaza in the north. And then somebody else is firing missiles at Beersheba. This is crazy. Are we about to see the most, are they just going to rain hell? What, are they going to try to conquer Israel? Alright. Okay. I'm awake. I could use a sandwich, but I'm here for this. Let's go. Let's go. Yoram says there are reports of serious injuries. Yoram, I pray for you. I hope you are safe, my friend. This stuff is starting to happen without early alerts. I pray that people stay in their shelters. Please be safe, everyone. If you are in the sound of my voice and you are in Israel, please make sure you are in your shelter. You may not get early alerts. There's rocket fire out of Gaza. There's rocket fire at Beersheba. There's rocket fire at Tel Aviv, at Jerusalem, at Haifa, at Netanya, at Kiryat Shimona. It's everywhere. It's constant. Some of this stuff is happening without early warnings. This is very scary. Thank you so much for the picnic basket. Sherry S., that's a very wonderful picnic basket. God bless you for that. I think we all just need to breathe a little bit right now. I cannot believe what I'm seeing with my own eyes. It's never been this intense, ever. You're okay, Kara. We're gonna be fine. I got my sleep. Sleep is the most important. But let's just say I've covered this war for 91 days. I have never, ever seen that. I don't have a damage impact assessment. I'm hearing there are reports of initial injuries. I don't know. People were sleeping. Not in Israel, but that came out of nowhere. No, this was Iran, Judas for all. That was Iran. It was from, they launched from Tehran. I have the footage of the launch. That was Iran. That might have been Khorram Shahar's. I do not know, Frank. I don't think anything's going to be happening in Israel right now. Not this morning. I think everything's going to be canceled. They got to shut the airspace down. Dude, these missiles are coming out of nowhere. So I have proof. This is the proof that that's the missile they launched. It looks like the dancing missile. Oh, God bless you, Edric. Okay, alerts are starting to clear. The alerts are starting to clear. But watch, they're going to launch again. They just lit up the entire country of Israel with alerts. They woke up 10 million people. If the people weren't awake in Israel before that, 7 a.m., they're awake now. 845 Bear says another wave could be coming. We'll keep an eye on it, Bear. I think it is coming. Oh, Edric, I love that GG Easy. What a cool super sticker. Turn it up. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We have just experienced what I can only describe as a shock and awe bombing campaign by the Iranians on Israel. Shock and awe is an understatement. Oh, Clutch. Hashtag shout out Miss Clutch. That was... I haven't caught my balance yet. That was a lot. That was a substantial amount of alerts. I think it's going to take about 10 minutes for us to even begin. So, it's tough to tell what got hit based on the alerts. But I can tell you they zeroed in on Beersheba and on Jerusalem. That's my initial read. But I do not have any direct footage. But I am hearing that there were hits in the center, which normally means Jerusalem. Oh my goodness, Jerusalem has been hit. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, Jerusalem has been hit. I have the primary source footage. I repeat, the holy city has been hit. Jerusalem has been hit. I repeat, Jerusalem has been hit. This is this just came out right now. That is right outside the holy city. Israel has been hit. Yeah, let's just say the markets aren't going to like this. I think the markets are going to get a little shaky. I repeat, the holy city has been hit. I repeat, the holy city has been hit. This is not a drill. Iran has hit the holy city in one of the largest missile barrages I have ever seen in my life. I don't even know what they did yet. It's daytime though, so I'm going to be able to tell you soon. But I'm telling you right now that the holy city has been hit.
So
I'm not exactly sure what they fired. 845 Bear says that drones are incoming towards Israel now. I'll be monitoring for alerts. But I don't know what kind of missiles they fired. So until I can see footage of the missiles, I only have seen a contrail so far. I can't tell you if... Oh, wow. I don't know what that looks like. A farm? Oh, it does look like an ammo depot. Wow. This is... So if you're just tuning in, Iran has hit... Iran hit Israel last night. Israel hit Iran right now. And then Iran immediately hit back with the largest wave of missiles I've ever seen during the war. I don't think this is over. They better not have hurt any goats. Iran knows the rules about the damn goats. Hashtag save the goats. That looks more like a missile depot or like an ammo depot than goats. Hashtag save the goats. Oh my. Iran said that if they got attacked, they were going to light up Israel. They lit them up. This is only the first footage that I've managed to find for you from Jerusalem. whatever Israel did in Iran, it went way over the line. You're hearing more alerts clearing. No, it's claiming that some people are claiming that this fell in an open area. No, that hit a building. That did not fall in an open area. That's a building. Not in the chat, but on Twitter. Let me show you some other footage right now. This is not over. This is going to get bad. If you're just tuning in, the entire country of Israel just got alerts because Iran launched more ballistic missiles in 10 minutes than I've ever seen. I'm going to show you now footage on the left of the missiles in the sky over Jerusalem. On the right, the same impact we were just looking at. Hello, the Dark Passenger. We have had, look at all those missiles. We've had quite a morning. Oh, that was a hit. Israel has been hit. Jerusalem has been hit. Oh, those are a lot of hits. Oh, we're about to find out this was very bad. God bless you, Dark Passenger. We pray for all of the civilians in harm's way. That was really loud. Again, this is the latest footage from on the ground in the Holy City. You're looking at the initial footage. That's correct, Scott. Benjamin Netanyahu's trial was canceled today. I need to blow my nose again. There's a lot of pollen. We've had some rainstorms. There's pollen all over the streets. I am very allergic. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. This has been brutal. I don't even have a full impact assessment for you because the amount of missiles that were launched just there is almost an undescribable amount. I'm going to show you some of the live footage. I think Al Arabia's cameras caught a little bit of it.
صاروخ اعتراض الآن في محيط سماء مدينة تل أبيب. لا أعرف إن كانت عدسة الكاميرا تستطيع أن تلتقطه بشكل واضح، وعلى ما يبدو بأن الصواريخ الاعتراضية بدأت تنطلق تأهبا لاستقبال واعتراض الصواريخ التي تطلق من إيران في أول رد رسمي من قبل الجانب الإيراني على الاستهداف الإسرائيلي الذي كان خلال الساعات أو الساعتين القليلتين الماضية. في هذه الأثناء تتجه الأنظار إلى حجم هذه الدفعة الصاروخية الإيرانية وطبيعة الأهداف التي سوف تستهدفها، وإلى قدرة منظومات الدفاع الجوي الإسرائيلي على التعامل معها في وقت تعيش فيه إسرائيل حالة استنفار قصوى، تحسبا لمزيد من الهجمات خلال الساعات القليلة المقبلة عمليا. وصاروخ اعتراض الآن في محيط سماء مدينة.
This is the latest from the pictures from the Al Arabia camera over Tel Aviv.
تل أبيب. لا
No, shockingly no air raids. It was very quiet.
إن كانت عدسة الكاميرا تستطيع أن تلتقطه بشكل واضح، وعلى ما يبدو بأن الصواريخ الاعتراضية بدأت تنطلق تأهبا.
Breaking per Channel 12 in Israel, there was missiles that fell in Beit Shemesh. Alerts! 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 Holy City! They fired at the Holy City again! No! No! Iran fired at the Holy City again! Oh no! Breaking! Iran fired at the Holy City again. Incoming! You have 6 minutes. I repeat, you have 6 minutes. Iran fired at the Holy City again. Oh no. Breaking. Iran has fired at the Holy City of Jerusalem again. Time to arrival. 7 minutes from this post. Live coverage. Oh no. They fired again. I repeat, they have fired at Jerusalem. Iran has fired at Jerusalem. This is not a drill. Iran has fired a missile at the Holy City. It's incoming in 6 minutes. You have 6 minutes. Iran has fired a missile at the Holy City. I repeat, Iran has fired a missile at the Holy City. You have 6 minutes. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Incoming. Incoming. I repeat, incoming. Yes, here's the alert map. The alert map is for the entire Holy City. It's specifically the Holy City. They're bombing the Holy City. I repeat, Iran is bombing the Holy City. You have 5 minutes and 35 seconds. I'll try to get a Jerusalem live cam. If you are in the Holy City, you should go to your safe space. You should go to your safe space. You should not risk it. Go to your safe space. The missiles are incoming. They are bombing the Holy City specifically. I repeat, they are bombing the Holy City specifically. Get into your safe area. I have a live camera at the Western Wall. Oh God, I hope they're not about to attack this. Okay, there are your cameras. You have 4 minutes. I have a camera over the Western Wall. I think those people should probably be inside. I'm going to take the AP feed instead. You got Tel Aviv skyline on the right. You have 4 minutes. They have launched again. I repeat, they have launched again. The Holy City is the target. I repeat, this is not a drill. The Holy City is the target. You have 3 minutes. You should definitely get into your shelter. It's coming. I don't know what kind of missile it is, but it's not going to be pleasant. You have 3 minutes. I gave you as much early warning as I could. I don't know what they're about to hit. I pray it is not like religious, like sacred places. I really don't think this is a good idea. I don't think we should be bombing the Holy City. You have 2 minutes. I really hope they get this missile. It's coming for the Holy City. Kadarun Petrochemical Complex has been hit in Iran. I repeat, the Kadarun Petrochemical Complex in Manshahar, Khuzestan province has been hit. You have about 2 minutes. The missile is incoming to the Holy City right now. What, you have about a minute? Jerusalem is the target. Israel apparently struck Qom, the holy city where Ayatollah Khamenei was born. Also where the Fador, well, it's actually on Old Combs Road between Tehran and Combs, where the Fador nuclear enrichment plant is located and uranium mines. You have 1 minute. It's incoming to the holy city. We don't want to hear those red alerts. We want to hear this was intercepted. We don't want to hear Jerusalem was hit. Nobody wants that. The Israeli government is in Jerusalem. Clear. They intercepted it. It has been intercepted. I repeat, it has been intercepted. Iran was not able to hit the holy city. Clear with no red alerts. It was intercepted, so if you've never seen this before, the way that it plays out is that we will normally get an early warning, and then they have an opportunity to shoot it down. If they can't, we'll get a red alert, and then after red alerts, air raids. They say they protected the holy city. They got it. Iran will fire again, I promise you, but this one was stopped. So I can tell you, I don't even need the footage from the ground or the cameras. I can tell you, based on the home front command warnings, that they got this one. It's eerie, isn't it? The silence. Iran reports the missile to Jerusalem fell on the way, and we all thank God for that. You never want to hear those red alerts, especially with something like that. Now, they will fire again. But for now, I can tell you that that alert is clear. The holy city was not hit. That's correct, the Dark Passenger. I imagine that the home front will send out a warning telling all of the citizens of Israel, obviously, in light of what just happened, to stay near their shelters. You're listening to the sounds of Tel Aviv right now. I got the camera on the right. And then on the left, we also have the Tel Aviv airport camera. So you can hear anything that happens in the city, downtown and over by the airport, which is near the water. There has been an impact in Jericho. It looks like a fuselage. I have interception footage over the south incoming. Expect there to be launches throughout the day. It's gone back to that pace of activity. This is time to tank the markets. It's 100% time to tank the market. Okay, I'm going to show you some of the interception footage now. Let's take a look. It's going to take me a little time to process all of the missiles that just came down. I think a decent amount of them were intercepted. One in Nablus, west of Jerusalem. This is in the south. This is in the last hour in the south. God bless you, Michael Brown. So that is the interception over the south. This is maybe in the last hour. It's tough to tell. There were so many launches so quickly. It's almost impossible. Normally I can pinpoint what launch and which interception is which. It's anyone's guess right now. Like, I think they're going to have to do a full ground stop throughout Israel. It's really dangerous right now. That was the whole country. Herzliya wired the requested funds, so IRGC pushed the self-destruct button on that one that fell. Scott, from your lips to the gods of peace ears. Let me show you the moment from Al Arabia of the missile falling on Jerusalem. This was not the last strike that was intercepted. It fell short, but the one before that.
متابعة هذه الصور التي تظهر سقوط صاروخ كما يبدو في مستوطنة تمار في نابلس التابعة للضفة الغربية. إذن صورة نشاهدها تظهر سقوط صاروخ أدى إلى هذه المشاهد. إذن سقوط صاروخ في مستوطنة تمار بالقرب من نابلس في الضفة الغربية. نشاهد تبعات سقوط هذا الصاروخ جليا. عمود دخان واضح للعيان نتيجة كما ذكرنا لسقوط الصاروخ في مستوطنة إيتامار كما ذكرنا التي تقع بالقرب من نابلس في الضفة.
They better not have hit any goats. Dharma, I'll be mad. Hashtag save the goats. Don't you hit my goats. This is Jericho just moments ago, ladies and gentlemen. That is definitely the fuselage of an Iranian ballistic missile. Now, I'm not the expert in this. I have a JD. I'm not a lawyer, though. I understand a little bit about geopolitics. I do have degrees in political science, political philosophy, etc. The one thing I am not, though, is a ballistic missile expert. So I can't look at that fuselage and tell you, oh yeah, that's the separation stage from this rocket. I just can't. Somebody in here, I promise you, can. They might be sleeping. Silent Dogs knows it like the back of their hand. But I can't. I'm not a ballistic missile expert. Frankly, there's no such thing as a layperson who's a ballistic missile expert. If you're a ballistic missile expert, you're either in the military or you work for a defense contractor or you did. And if you are such a person, you don't talk about it on stream. Analysts don't know anything about ballistic missiles for good reason. Now, maybe some former military guys with permission will talk a little bit about it. But on the whole, you can't just have a lay interest in ballistic missiles. You have to really know what you're talking about. Have you ever looked up some of the patents for audio spectrum processing that ballistic missiles do? Dude, the patents are fake. They pretend that the tech is for car spotting, acoustic spotting in cars when ambulances drive around. The actual patents, it's wild. They fake it. They have this system where the patents are fake. Clumsy Clairvoyance, thank you so much for your support. I love those hearts. So, yeah, my point is, there are definitely people, I'm not one of them, who can look at that and be like, oh yeah, that's the fuselage of this kind of Iranian missile. It goes this fast. There's this type of fuel in it, solid or liquid. It has this many stages, etc. It could carry this kind of warhead. Somebody, a smart person, can tell you that just from the fuselage. Because if you think about what a rocket is, a missile, right, needs to fire propellant, right, to go somewhere. And then when it hits, you don't want to be bringing down that empty thing, so you eject it off the missile. It separates, and then the warhead and the rest of the missile go to the target. So what you're looking at is what's the result of what's called a separation. Now, I do know enough. I ain't past the bar, but I know a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Enough that you probably couldn't illegally search my shit. But anyway, that's just a song lyric. My point is, that is a separation. I don't know if it's a 3-stage, 2-stage. I don't know if it's solid or liquid fuel. It's probably a Kaibar. It looks relatively small, but it's a zoomed in picture, so I can't tell the scale. The thing could be a lot bigger. That could be from 100 feet away. It's impossible to tell. You are all very smart. You're all 10 out of 10 geniuses, Towels. You're all geniuses. That's my opinion. So that was in Jericho, the fall of that missile. We'll see what happens in 12 minutes. If there's another launch in 12 minutes, this is a very serious situation that you should not underestimate. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. There is a lot of activity occurring this early morning. I showed you the interceptions over the south. Now let's take a look at Al Jazeera's update from 50 minutes ago when these missiles started going off. Looks like their ground damaged the missile. Yeah, so that, yes, Mr. Brightside, but that wasn't a missile. That was the fuselage of the missile. And so that part is meant to eject and just fall to the ground. It's not actually the missile. It's also what makes these missiles incredibly dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. They just fall to the ground. The different parts of them. And then if they get intercepted, lots of things fall to the ground. The goal is to intercept it without it falling to the ground. Or ideally to intercept it like very early. It's surprisingly hard to even get the missiles to get to their target. And it costs a lot of money to fire them. Let me just get the Al Jazeera update as this all happened, and then we'll watch the top of the hour. If Iran fires again at the top of the hour, we're in a bad place. We really are. We don't want to see them fire again at the top of the hour.
Facing off as the vote count gets underway.
Yes, there's elections going on in Peru, but we want to see about 50 minutes back or so. So allow me to do that for you. We want to see about, 50 minutes ago, if you would be so kind. Let's take a look. This is as the alerts started coming in.
In western and central Iran.
So this is 50 minutes ago. Hello, Tripoli Bob. It's been quite a morning.
Iran launched a wave of missiles at northern Israel, accusing it of repeated violations of the ceasefire by attacking Lebanon. The escalation comes after Israel attacked the southern suburbs of Beirut, breaching a ceasefire agreement and killing 2 people. And a powerful 7.8 magnitude earthquake hits the Philippines, triggering a tsunami. At least 1 person is killed. Thank you very much for being with us. Explosions have been reported near the Iranian capital of Tehran and in at least 2 other cities. You're watching Al Jazeera. The Israeli military says it struck
Oh, clumsy clairvoyance. I'll update that link right now. Thank you so much.
Military targets in central and western Iran. Iran's Revolutionary Guard confirms the airstrikes. Iranian media is reporting that several explosions were heard, as we said, in the capital Tehran, as well as in Tabriz and in Isfahan. That all comes after a wave of Iranian missiles fired towards Israel late on Sunday. Sirens sounded across the country and projectiles were seen over northern Israel. The military says that it intercepted all of the missiles launched so far.
Against the oppressed people of Lebanon. These actions have been carried out with the green light and support of the criminal United States and amid the silence of international community. By employing prohibited weapons, including phosphorus munitions, the regime has committed war crimes. Despite previous warnings issued by the Islamic Republic of Iran, the child-killing Zionist regime has crossed all red lines by intensifying its attacks in southern Lebanon and targeting Dahieh and the southern suburbs of Beirut. We had previously warned that if there were any crimes committed in Dahieh, we would strike within those occupied territories. The Zionist military must immediately cease its attacks against southern Lebanon and Dahieh. Should it expand its aggression in that area or respond to Iran's action, it will face even more forceful blows. In such a case, devastating operations will be launched against the regime and its supporters.
We have a number of correspondents standing by to help us understand what's happening at this hour. Zaina Hodor is standing by.
Oh, so Zaina Hodor is wonderful. By the way, you can tell how serious a situation is by the number of reporters Al Jazeera has at the top of the hour. When we start getting 5, 6, 7 reporters at once, things are very bad.
In the Lebanese capital, Beirut, Manuel Rapallo is in Washington.
Tripoli Bob, I think he's an AI composite of a real guy. Yeah, I do. I think that he was real. I think he died in the early days of the war. And they made an AI composite to honor him.
D.C. But first, let's go to Mohammed Val, who joins us once again from Tehran.
This was last hour.
Mohammed, it's very difficult to get a picture right now of what exactly was struck and what's happening on the ground. But surely there's concerns in Iran from people that this is going to be something that continues, that this might be an escalation.
Absolutely, Riley. That's what they are anticipating here. A lot of anticipation, a lot of suspense regarding what happens next. Because, I mean, it's either going to be a one-off on both sides, or it's going to be a vicious cycle, one of these two, or maybe a continuation of the same for days. And in any respect, this is an escalation, and it's easier started than finished. We know that the Americans, according to what they say, have been trying to put pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister to refrain from continuing those strikes or from even responding to the Iranian escalation overnight. But that seems to have been ignored in Tel Aviv. We have seen these strikes. We don't know the details and the level of impact they have caused, because if they have really caused some pain here in Iran regarding the facilities that have been probably destroyed, or maybe even involving probably assassinations, then there is no expectation or likelihood that Iran will sit still and not respond. And if it responds, apparently Israel will also respond again, as I said, and that means
Dharma,
things are going out.
Dharma, I'd like to see the French step up in Lebanon. You know, frankly, I think the French, you know, they could do a little bit more. Singing the Marseillaise is great and all, but, you know, Macron, where is he?
Of control. We don't have clarity, as I said, about the level of damage. This is something that may be...
Well, Dharma, I think it's kind of like the other way around. The new Lebanese government is the first in 40 years to be anti-Hezbollah. Hezbollah is a political party and an army. It's kind of like the IRA if the Good Friday Accords never were signed. It's like if British history went a different direction. That's how I look at Lebanon. But Hezbollah is obviously younger. You know, they were born out of the PLO being expelled from Transjordan in 67. And then by 79 through 82, right, you got the emergence of Hezbollah by 82, formally. And I just think it's weird to have a parallel state. It really reminds me a little bit of Iran, Iran's the world's only theocratic democracy, democratic theocracy, however you want to phrase it. That's how Hezbollah functions in Lebanon. As you know, in Lebanon, south of the Larhani River, there's 55 communities. 52 of them are Shia Muslim, 3 of them are Catholic Maronite, right? So that is kind of the... We're back. Hello, sorry for the frame drop. So as you know, Lebanon is a complex state. Not only the communities south of the Larahani or the Litani rivers, but also there's 15 different ethnic and religious groups in Lebanon. All right, it's a very complex situation. And it's kind of like Iran in that Hezbollah is a parallel state. It's a political party with an army. But it's more than a political party with an army. It has banks. It runs banks. It has like construction companies. It has like apartment holdings. It provides civil services. It provides civil defense. You might, whatever you want to say about its approach and its ideology, it is a realpolitik. The reality on the ground is that Hezbollah is entrenched into Lebanese society. It didn't really take it over. It just is part of the political bloc. Should it also have an army? No. It should probably, if it wants to have an army, like actually win elections in Lebanon and take the full government. But, you know, I'm not Lebanese. It's not for me to determine their internal affairs. I just report what I see.
I'm not depending on...
PLO was originally from outside Lebanon. But... at the end of the day, I mean, how far back you're going to go? Are you going to say that when the Catholic Maronites got expelled from Mount Carmel, they, like, weren't entitled, they aren't, like, that made them not entitled to their land in Lebanon? I don't know. I just think that Lebanon is a complex country. It's a beautiful country. It's very wonderful on the whole. And I think the Lebanese people have to, much like the Israeli people, be left to determine their internal affairs. However they want to vote and sort it out, that's how they should do it.
And that's
We have 1 minute till the top of the hour. If Iran launches at the top of the hour, we're all in a lot of trouble.
to be probably a matter of hours or days, we don't know. But we are expecting some political statements during the day, and also maybe more statements from the military and the IRGC
Dark
regarding
Passenger.
what they intend to do next. As I said before, this has apparently escalated also in terms of what
the top
red
of the
lines
hour.
Iran has set for the Israelis in Lebanon. Over the last several weeks, they've been talking about the need for Israel to stop its campaign in Lebanon for as a condition for a ceasefire to be signed. But now they are talking about that again as something that is a red line, and that is something that Iran cannot tolerate any longer, not just southern Beirut. If you look at the statement overnight by the IRGC, you see that it is not just southern Beirut that has been mentioned. One of the paragraphs in that statement says, in response to the widespread crimes of the occupying Zionist regime in southern Lebanon and the mass killing and displacement of innocent people in the Tyre and Nabatiyah regions and other areas, including Beirut's Dahiya, just one of the locations, the Ramat David Air Base. The origin of these aggressions was targeted by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, aerospace, etc. So they're mentioning the other cities as the reason why these strikes have been launched overnight. So, and that's something that's probably going to be the case in the next hours and days.
But I wonder, Mohammed, are officials saying anything about why now? I mean, you just ran down that list of cities. We know there were strikes in the southern suburbs overnight, but Iran has been saying that this is a red line for quite some time. Since the ceasefire was in effect, they said a cessation of hostilities on all fronts has to happen for a deal to be made with the United States. What was it about the strikes overnight and yesterday that was the catalyst for this move?
Yeah, aside from what I have just read, enumerating here the reasons why they did those strikes, but as you said, the Israeli intervention in Lebanon has been going on for some time now, so why not? That's a legitimate question. Iran has been talking about what they call here strategic patience. So when some aggression happens, usually they take their time in responding or studying what they want to do, and they make a lot of appeals. They send a lot of messages to the other side saying that this has to stop, enough is enough. And that's what they have been doing over the last several weeks and even the last couple of months. So apparently the Iranians have run out of patience. Probably they have realized that this is not going to lead anywhere, that Israelis are continuing. Probably they are going to even reach Beirut because they have been ignoring those warnings, both from the Iranian side and also pressure from the Americans. So probably they have realized that if they don't do something now, this escalation in Lebanon will continue, and the Israelis will continue to occupy more land and also to make good on their threat to go all the way to Beirut. So it's just a matter of deciding on the part of the Iranians that enough is enough, and that now they have to act to stop what's going on in Lebanon.
No, I do want to hear the update from Zena, my colleague Zena Kador, but I got to show you, Israel did not mess around. Now I understand. So Iran did not attack at the top of the hour. It's a good sign. I don't know what it means going forward, but I need to show you what Israel did. Israel has struck the Salman Farsi petrochemical complex. I now have primary source video footage. They started hitting the Iranian infrastructure. They didn't just hit like targets in Tehran and elsewhere. They hit petrochemical complexes. That's why Iran is very mad. You are looking at primary source footage from a petrochemical complex in Iran, which was hit just within the last 2 hours by Israel. Immediately, Iran launched missiles. Well, first the Houthis launched the missile. It was kind of a precursor, and then it was like a symbolic missile. It was like a missile apiece. And then I rolled my eyes there. And then Iran caused more alerts. I don't know how many missiles they launched. There was so much chaos caused in the last hour at midnight that it's unclear what exactly happened. And I'm normally really good at figuring out what happened. There was a lot of missiles and a lot of alerts very quickly. We didn't really, I mean, we knew why, because of the strikes that Israel engaged in throughout the country of Iran. But now I can tell you definitively that one of the reasons Iran reacted so viscerally is because Israel targeted critical energy infrastructure, including a petrochemical complex, which is exactly what one of the things Iran said would cause them to just burn the region down. So, yeah, this is going to be a problem. The markets are going to face a problem. Let's take a look at the Japanese index. It was down 4 points. It was down 4 percentage points before this chaos happened. What is it at? It's down 0.13 more. So it's trending downward. It's halfway to a circuit breaker. Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is very bad. The Japanese markets are halfway to a circuit breaker. The last time this happened was when the U.S. had to release 400 million barrels of oil from its strategic reserves. Oh, it's crashing more. No, it can't go much lower. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. If the Nikkei gets like too much lower, it can afford a little bit more of a drop. Maybe like another 1,000 points or so, 1,500. If it falls another 2,000 points, it's off 2,600 points. If it falls another 2,000, they will stop trading. There's a circuit breaker, I think it's either 7 or 8%. It's 10 minutes for the first one. We're halfway there. It's got to stabilize a little bit. This is a very, very bad sign. You don't want to see it off 4% at close. That's the Japanese stock market. It's called the Nikkei 225. We'll also look at the Shanghai Composite, and then we got to look at the European markets. I think we're in for Black Monday. I'm not a market analyst, but I just think this is very bad. The markets are very volatile right now. That's a lot of wealth wiped off the market. Yeah, it's down about 0.399, close to 4%. It's hovering. I have pensive anxiety at the moment, but I am pleased that there was no Iranian attack. Let's go about 7 minutes back now on Al Jazeera. Give me 1 second, if you'd be so kind.
As someone who responded
Let's
to the
go about
ceasefire
7
in Iran,
minutes
who has been
decodes the media.
7
I'm
minutes
Riley
ago.
Carlson, and this is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Here's what's coming up. Iran and Israel trade missile attacks, with the Israeli military saying a new wave of incoming missiles has been detected. The escalation comes after Israel
That does sound like a great book, Clumsy Clairvoyance. I'm going to have to check it out. The Taoism of Pooh.
attacked the southern suburbs of Beirut, breaching a ceasefire agreement and killing 2 people. Also ahead, a powerful 7.8 magnitude earthquake hits the Philippines, triggering tsunami warnings. Several people have been...
Rekka says a new day has started, so it's only negative 1%, which means no circuit breaker. That's good to know. As I mentioned, I'm not a market analyst, especially about the Nikkei, so I learn as well. Apparently it counts as a new trading day after lunch. I'm not an expert. We also don't have lunch here.
Also
on our stock
ahead,
markets.
Chinese President Xi Jinping makes his first trip to North Korea in 7 years as he looks to strengthen ties with Kim Jong-un. Thank you for being with us. There's been an overnight exchange of missiles and airstrikes between Iran and Israel. In the past hour, the Israeli military says that Iran has launched a second round of missiles towards its territory. Israeli air defenses have been intercepting those missiles, and sirens have been sounding across the country. The military says it has intercepted all of the missiles launched so far.
No.
Earlier, the Israeli military...
I saw that missile fall in Jerusalem.
said that it struck military targets in central and western Iran. Iran's Revolutionary Guard also confirms the airstrikes. Iranian media is reporting that several explosions were heard in the capital, Tehran, as well as in Tabriz and in Isfahan. Shortly after Iran launched those missiles, the spokesman of Iran's Central Command gave a video statement. Ibrahim Zolfagari said that the U.S. had given Israel the green light to attack Beirut and warned of more attacks to come if Israel continues to strike Lebanon.
Through its repeated violations of the ceasefire,
You might be right about
the aggressive
that, Tara.
Zionist regime has continuously escalated its acts of aggression against the oppressed people of Lebanon. These actions have been carried out with the green light and support of the criminal United States and amid the silence of international community. By employing prohibited weapons, including phosphorus munitions, the regime has committed war crimes. Despite previous warnings issued by the Islamic Republic of Iran, the child-killing Zionist regime has crossed all red lines by intensifying its attacks in southern Lebanon and targeting Dahieh and the southern suburbs of Beirut. We had previously warned that if there were any crimes committed in Dahieh, we would strike within those occupied territories. The Zionist military must immediately cease its attacks against southern Lebanon and Dahieh. Should it expand its aggression in that area or respond to Iran's action, it will face even more forceful blows. In such a case, devastating operations will be launched against the regime and its supporters.
Our correspondents are covering this story for us from various locations. Manuel Rapolo is in Washington, D.C.
I told you as it gets more intense, they would add more reporters. We're at 4 now.
Zana Hodar is standing by in the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Tawhida Sadi is in Tehran. But first, let's go to Nida Ibrahim, who is live for us in Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. So, Nida, what we're hearing now is that there is this second volley of missiles coming from Iran to Israel that the Israeli military says it is working to intercept. What can you tell us about what's happening there as day breaks?
Well, Riley, this latest barrage of rockets fired from Iran into Israel has targeted this time central Israel areas like Jerusalem as well as Ramallah, where we are standing right now, as well as areas around the Dead Sea. Now, according to the Israeli system, the Israeli home front application, they say that the incident has ended. In January, being launched from Iran into Israel. Although some Israeli media is reporting damage in certain locations, including yesterday we were talking when the first volley was fired from Iran about the injury or about damage in a building in Tiberias, as well as now we are talking about another neighborhood in damage these rockets have been causing inside Israel. But there's also another statement by the Israeli army trying to shift focus now on what the Israeli army is doing in Iran. And just in the last few minutes, a statement by the Israeli forces says that they've hit a petrochemical facility in a city inside Iran. So
I think this petrochemical attack is very recent. I think within the past 30 minutes or so, it's a new wave of attacks by Israel and Iran. I don't know where this reporter is from, Scott. That's a very good question. I have seen her report before, but I do not know where she's from.
the census in Israel is that they wanted this war to continue and that they've started seeing rockets from Iran, missiles from Iran, and that they weren't going to listen even to Trump's calls for de-escalation. Not just because the Israelis wanted to renew fighting, but also the image of Netanyahu, Riley, has taken a hit because he's been seen as someone who follows Trump's orders, Trump's remarks, and the Israelis wanted to see Netanyahu be the strong man. So this defiance of the U.S. is seen here in Israel as something positive for Netanyahu as he lobbies for elections later this year.
Well, and that was what I was going to ask you, Nida, given that the U.S. president very publicly said that he was urging Israeli officials to show restraint, to stop this from escalating. I wonder if they've had any public response to that, the fact that the U.S. president came out and said that, and now obviously the fact that they've gone ahead and traded these missile launches with Iran.
Well, not publicly yet, but we know that the information, the leaks about a certain phone call between Trump and Netanyahu earlier this week has caused a lot of tension inside Israel. The feeling was that Trump has...
I'm not sure, translator towel or interpret towel. I will get you that as soon as the name of the reporter as soon as I can.
Told it Netanyahu, told him not to expand his military operation, not to target Beirut, and that gave Netanyahu a very negative view in Israel because he's a man who's built a reputation, built a career, if you may, that wants to show him as the strong man, as someone who would defy even the U.S. in...
Hello, Justin. Iran has just launched the most massive wave of missiles I've seen during the war. It started with an alert at maybe a little after 11 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. Oh, thank you, Justin. God bless you. Started a little after 11 p.m. with an alert of a launch from Yemen towards Tel Aviv. Then at midnight exactly, U.S. time, which would be 6 a.m. in South Africa, 7 a.m. in Tel Aviv, and 7:30 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. Iran launched so many missiles that it set off alerts for all 10 million citizens in Israel. Every town, every city, every area from Beersheba to Metula, from Haifa to Tel Aviv, from Jerusalem to the Sea of Galilee. Out of nowhere. And then, this was because, to be clear, Israel bombed in Iran to start the day. And that was in response to Iran last night bombing in the north of Israel, which was in response to Israel bombing in Beirut yesterday, which was an Iranian red line, the Lebanese capital. So now, in response to Iran doing its wave of attacks, Israel in the last 45 minutes has bombed a petrochemical complex in Iran in a new wave of attacks. Now we're waiting here to see if Iran's going to attack again in terms of Israel. It's been a wild series of events. Yes, I did. I covered yesterday's escalation. We thought we all went to bed at about 6 Eastern, 7 Eastern, 7 p.m. when there was no immediate Israeli response. I should have known better. The planes were in the air, and it takes about 6 hours, 4 to 6 hours, to fly from Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv to Iran in a jet to bomb them. And 4 to 6 hours after Iran struck, Bibi struck Iran, which means there was no waiting. Bibi made the call as soon as Israel was struck. He made the call to bomb Iran. No help from the U.S. apparently, though. None whatsoever. In turn, Iran retaliated just maybe an hour and 15 minutes ago with a massive wave of missile launches. There was at least one impact to the west of the Holy City. In turn, Israel bombed a petrochemical complex in Iran, and that's where we stand. Yes, decompression is good. God bless all of you doing chat decompression in chat.
In the face of Israeli strategic assets and strategic goals. So when Netanyahu has been seen here in Israel as someone who responded to the ceasefire in Iran, who has been forced to seize a little bit of the activities inside Lebanon, all of that...
Breaking, I have the statement from the IRGC. I repeat, I have the statement from the IRGC about the latest round of attacks on Israel. I repeat, I have the latest statement. Here we go. I have the statement from the IRGC. British reporter towel. Take it away. No. Start again.
Conversation. Commencement of Nasser operation against Telephone Nov and Novatum bases.
It's called the Nasser
The Public Relations Department of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Permission to fight has been given to those who are being fought because they were wronged. And indeed, Allah is competent to give them victory. With reliance on Almighty God and seeking help from the Almighty Lord, a few moments ago, the brave fighters of the IRGC Aerospace Force began the Nasser operation with the sacred code, Ya Haydar Kara, O Haydar. The attacker, and dedicated to the martyrs of the 12-day war, targeting important centers of the strategic Novatum and Telephone Nov airbases. This operation was carried out in response to the missile aggression of the child-killing Zionist regime against several radar sites in 3 locations across the country. Speed in responding to the aggressions of the Zionist regime's army and the breadth of the target bank were among the actions of the operating groups in this phase. All combat and operational units of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are in full readiness to carry out extensive deterrent operations on all fronts and have prepared action plans commensurate with enemy scenarios. And victory is not but from Allah, the exalted in might, the wise.
Repeating, this just flashed right now over the wires. The Iranians have launched a new operation. It's called the Nasr, N-A-S-R operation. They have struck Israel. Here is
Conversation.
the statement. Again.
Commencement of Nasr operation against Telephone Nov and Novatum bases. The Public Relations Department of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps announced, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Permission to fight has been given to those who are being fought because they were wronged. And indeed, Allah is competent to give them victory. With reliance on Almighty God and seeking help from the Almighty Lord, a few moments ago, the brave fighters of the IRGC Aerospace Force began the Nasr operation with the sacred code, Ya Haydar Qara, O Haydar. The attacker, and dedicated to the martyrs of the 12-day war, targeting important centers of the strategic Novatum and Telephone Nov airbases. This operation was carried out in response to the missile aggression of the child-killing Zionist regime against several radar sites in 3 locations across the country. Speed in responding to the aggressions of the Zionist regime's army and the breadth of the target bank were among the actions of the operating groups in this phase. All combat and operational units of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are in full readiness to carry out extensive deterrent operations on all fronts and have prepared action plans commensurate with enemy scenarios. And victory is not but from Allah, the exalted in might, the wise.
Well, you heard it from the IRGC directly. Going back, this is about 10 minutes ago on Al Jazeera.
Not play well for him domestically, and everyone was expecting that he would have a trick up his sleeve to try and derail talks between the US and Iran, citing Israel's strategic goals. And every analyst you heard yesterday when Iran launched these attacks was saying Israel will respond even if the response will be symbolic, even if it will not escalate into a further and longer round, but Israel had to save face. But again, the main interest inside Israel is to keep this war going for the benefit of what the Israelis say are their strategic goals inside Iran, including toppling the regime and the highly enriched uranium, but also because they are doing it for domestic reasons related to the elections and Netanyahu's plea and efforts to stay in power.
Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim reporting live for us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. Nida, thank you for that reporting. Let's go to Tawhid Asadi now, who joins us from Tehran. So Tawhid, Nida was telling us that the Israeli military is saying that it struck military targets in Tehran, that one of those was a petrochemical complex. Are you hearing anything so far from Iranian officials about this attack from Israel?
Well, actually, we don't have much of details, but still we know that this petrochemical industry complex in the city of Mashhad was targeted by the Israeli strikes. We also know that part of the workers of that complex have been evacuated, and when it comes to details we don't know much, but still we also know that in different cities, at least 4 in addition to Mashhad, including Tabriz, Karaj, Isfahan, and here the capital Tehran, attacks are reported. Again, when it comes to the details we don't have much of information. But speaking of the
breaking, I have an impact assessment from Israel. Hello, the first 48 Katazi. I'm gonna show you right now. This is in the occupied West Bank. This is one of the impacts. Iran has struck Israel. So the impacts were not just to a military base. That is a home. Iran has struck. That's a lot of damage. I wonder what kind of missile they used to cause that. That looks like shockwave damage. There's a lot of blown out windows. A lot of force. So, it's going to be like this all morning as the footage rolls in. But yeah, they can't black this out. Sorry. You can't stop the towel. You can try your best to impose a blackout. domestically in Israel, but you can't impose it on the world. Israel was hit, and it wasn't just a military base, that's a home. Clumsy Clairvoyance thinks it's shockwave damage. Yeah, I tend to agree. It just looks like shockwave. It's a very intense shockwave too. Kind of like the missile that hit Arad. Whatever they just used was very rough. I don't know what they used or where it hit. It's probably subject to a blackout. I hate to say it this way, because once these blackouts start, it's a very bad sign. But I think we have a blackout here. Because Israeli news did not report this. And I'm telling you, this just happened. Michael Brown says the towel's here to mop up any nonsense. I would help them clean up their house. I would help. 1 second, we'll be back. We're back. Just a little frame drop there. But my point is, you can't stop the news. And yes, I would help people clean up their house, civilians, no matter where they are. If I can help, I'll do it. Michael Cox, good to see you. Yep. Listen, Mr. President Trump was saying Iran had 22% of their missiles. No. Iran probably has fired some of their 2008 stockpiles, 2009, 2010. They've probably used 1 or 2 new missiles. We haven't seen nothing yet. They tried to tell us. Nobody's listening to them. I think people are so used to Western leaders just like saying nonsense that when Iran talks, people don't listen to them because they're so used to the Western style of discourse. You gotta listen to what Iran is saying. They don't lie. They don't. They really don't. They embellish a little bit like everybody, but it's like for OPSEC. They don't lie. If Iran says we have a red line, they're going to enforce it. If Iran says we haven't unleashed our most intense missiles, they mean it. If Iran says, hello Shannon, so good to see you, God bless you. If Iran says we have newer missiles we haven't used, or more intense missiles, or if you do this, we'll expand the scope of our strikes, they mean it. They have capabilities that people don't understand. We got so wrapped up in this nuclear thing because Mr. President Trump wouldn't stop talking about it. We failed to understand their true threat is their ballistic missile program. That's their crown jewel. It's really good too, and we haven't seen anything out of it. We haven't seen even a tenth of it. That missile that they fired in Arad during the war that destroyed 20 apartment buildings, that had a 565 kilogram warhead. It was traveling Mach 5 to Mach 8 when it hit the hard ground. Do you know what would happen if Iran fired its heaviest missile, which is 5,000 kilograms, which is 10,000 pounds, at Mach 5? Force equals mass times acceleration. Mach 5 is 3,000 to 4,000 miles an hour. Imagine taking an object that weighs 10,000 pounds and smashing it into the earth going 4,000 miles an hour. Do you have any... I don't even know if some of us can understand the scope of what that would do. Nuclear weapons are very, very dangerous for a number of reasons. Just many different reasons. They do stuff to the outer atmosphere and space. You know, when you send a television signal out to space, it just goes and goes infinitely. Yeah, what do you think happens when you set off an atmospheric nuclear weapon? Yeah, it sends that stuff just out perpetually into space. It's not good. But you want to know what's way more devastating than that and has no exothermic impacts to the atmosphere and doesn't spread radiation? A 10,000 pound bomb going 4,000 miles an hour hitting hard ground. It would cause levels of destruction that some of you have never seen. You could look at pictures of the firebombing of Dresden and videos. You could look at what happened to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You could look at the firebombing of Tokyo. That would probably, after all of those raids, and those weren't one raid, there were lots of raids. After all of them, you probably could get some sense of the scale of destruction that would be caused if Iran fired a 10,000 pound missile at 4,000 miles an hour and hit anywhere in Israel. It would destroy, I don't know, half a mile in diameter of material. It would vaporize anything within like 1,000 yards of it. There would be nothing left standing. I don't think some folks understand what weapons they have. We can't, that's why I kept saying we can't keep talking about the Iranians like they're like the Taliban. They're not. They're a very, very well funded, very well prepared. They have decentralized command and control. It's called total war. You can't stop them. You can't get to their missile facilities, which are built under 90 meters or more of granite. The strongest bunker-busting bombs we have, which are equivalent to 30,000 tons of TNT, can penetrate 15 meters of granite. Iran, who knew? Iran has a lot of granite mountains. The best you're hoping for is to collapse the launch tunnels. They'll dig them out. Maybe the air shafts. We suffocated a lot of the IRGC men in the tunnels. Because if you bomb the air shafts are a couple miles away from the launch facilities, but you gotta have a vent. You have to. It's like a requirement. You can put it a few miles away, but if you have good surveillance and spies, you just bomb the air shaft. You'll suffocate everyone in those tunnels. And that's what they did. Over and over. The IRGC would put men down there because they're missile cities. You got to understand what Iran is doing. Hezbollah is different. Hezbollah is operating in Lebanon, and they're kind of more of a conventional army. They have like field units. They go out, they have a missile launcher, and they put the missiles like under a tree with like camo, and they launch the missiles. That's like a very common Hezbollah tactic. Or they'll use like a building. Like if Israel bombs a building, Hezbollah will like rebuild the building and put like a missile launcher or an artillery shell or whatever in the building. Iran is completely different. Iran is a state, a very wealthy state with a lot of resources. And what they do is they have missile cities under mountains. So when I'm talking about the launch facilities, that's completely different than the missile city. Because what you want is you want all these tunnels going up into the granite, right? And then under them, you want a loading area. You want to be able to bring the missiles on like a conveyor belt kind of thing into the loading area. And then you want to air seal it, okay, in case of attack. And then you want to have tunnels with air seals going up them. Why? Because if somebody bombs the top of the launch tunnel, you want to have a redundancy in there so that it seals the like multiple times throughout the launch tunnel so the explosion doesn't come down into the launch facility. But let's just think about this. You have a giant mountain. We're talking bigger than you can conceptualize, like bigger than most Western cities, okay? Under the mountain, which is hard rock, granite most of the time, because that's it, like the hardest rock to penetrate, and bombs just cannot get through it. The biggest bomb can get through like 15 meters, maybe 20. And these granite mountains are like 90 to 500 meters deep. Okay, that's how deep these facilities are. Under the granite, they will build thousands if not tens of thousands of missiles. Khorram Sharhars, Sejals, whatever their missile is they want to build. They'll store them where you can't get them. You just cannot get to them. Under the granite. They'll air seal that off. So even if you somehow got to the launch facility, which is not going to happen, you wouldn't get to the missile storage. Then, as they need missiles, they bring them from the big missile city, which is fully operational. It's got like restaurants and beddings and hotel. They live with their families. When the IRGC is deployed, they bring the family to the base. And then the wife cooks. It's a very smart system. It keeps morale high, and then it just works. So the point is they all live down there. And in short, at any time they can just move the missiles over to the launch facility. This is the dangerous part though. Those launch facilities, you have to eventually shoot the missile out of the earth. That's how Israel does the early warning. It's actually acoustic. Sound travels faster than light. So every missile has an auditory signature. You notice how they all have distinctive hums? So you can use something akin to natural language processing. I don't want to talk too much about this for various reasons, but you can use something akin to natural language processing, which is just like using a bot to look for words in text and then like making a word cloud and like showing which words are used more often than other words. Generally, I'm speaking very broadly. It's like algorithmic interpolation of words. That's what natural language processing is. Machine learning is the formal word for it. Anyway, so you can do a form of that in the audio spectrum, like in that world. Now, think about what that means. Like humans, the way human hearing works is kind of weird. You can learn about this by comparing FLAC files to MP3 files to like other types of files. So lossless audio is pointless because the human ear has a spectrum of audio that it can process. If you're listening to a FLAC file, you're getting sound on the higher end and the lower end of the sound spectrum, the auditory spectrum, that the human ear cannot process for the most part. It's very crisp sound, but we can't hear it really. So what you do to make a file smaller, like an audio file smaller, is you chop off the upper and lower ranges of the audio spectrum. And what that will do is it will only play the parts of the song that your ear can hear, and it will make the songs smaller. It'll cut out extraneous data. It's not extraneous, it's extraneous to humans. Well, you know who doesn't have that problem, or what doesn't have that problem? Machines. Machines can process every component of the audio spectrum. How does this relate to ballistic missile launches? Well, ballistic missiles have specific what are called MD5 signatures with the sounds they make. So Iran doesn't, when Iran fires its missile out of its like launch tube, it's giving away its position in two ways. One is less useful for early alerts, which is it's physically gonna show on like a satellite, which is the way satellites work is they're not as good as you think. Unless you have a drone overhead or a spy plane, a satellite's got to be in orbit to capture a picture, and it's not going to be all the time. Satellites spin around the Earth, so they're not always where they need to be to get the picture you want. So you know what you do, and I'm almost certain this is what Israel does. To detect a launch, you put a bunch of very sensitive acoustic equipment and you point it at the whole, probably from space, if I had to guess. You point it at all of Iran. And then you program those acoustic sensors with the specific auditory signatures of the missiles that Iran has. If you know all of them, you can digitally fingerprint them. It's called an MD5 hash. And you can tell the tech, like, listen, if you hear this sound, that's a missile launch, and you should tell us. And that's how you do it. It's more sensitive than human hearing, and that's how they're doing the early alerts. I'm almost positive. They're listening for the sounds, And sounds allow you to predict the future. It's complicated, but you can use a HUD, a heads-up display, with audio spectrum processing to technically predict the future. You can have like shoulder-mounted missile detection units that will operate on this principle, but this is the big secret. Like, it's an open secret. Every country in the world knows about it, but civilians, I don't think, really know about it. Sound is the future. And what I mean by that is, like, elements, like warfare is more based on sound than you realize. It's a lot of algorithmic interpolation of potential paths, right? Because that's like how you intercept a missile. You got to have the interceptor project the path of the missile, and the missile wants to project the path of the interceptor, and then they have like a battle of the algorithms. That's basically it. But more so than that, it's auditory processing. These missiles and the detection systems and the soldiers in the field, they need to rely on what you would consider like superhuman hearing, but what is really just like elements of the audio spectrum, like that our ears can't hear. And not to mention, we can't hear like 50 miles or 100 miles away, but certain tech can. I'm sure military tech could hear like freaking, like, I don't know, way farther away than I can even imagine. And if you have sound, if you have that ability, you can project based on the sound where things are going to go. And you could technically, if you really applied this, which I'm sure they're already doing in the military, you could give a soldier a HUD that, while they're on the battlefield, shows them what's going to happen in the future. Because you can anticipate it based on sounds. It's very complicated. I don't want to go, there's a lot of reasons. I don't want to go too much into it. I don't want to talk about it for a lot of reasons. I've seen the patents, like I said, but it's very, like, it's still active. If we were like talking about stuff from World War II, I'd be more comfortable telling you more about it. But I think you just have to trust me on this one. Like, it's all about sound. Thank you, Dennis. That is very useful. Thank you, Michael Cox. I'm glad you found that useful. I'm sure a lot of people in the armed forces, especially, and they would say anything in chat, but especially the people who have seen some of the classified tech. The military is always 50 years ahead of civilians. I'm sure they're like, oh, this dude's on it. He knows about our future seeing HUDs. Damn right I do. But yeah, it's the audio spectrum analysis, or the component, like the way, that's how they do those detections. 100% that's how they do them. That's the sound moves faster than light. I'm pretty sure. Might be the other way around. Light moves faster than sound, but sound has different properties. There actually may be it's not that. Sound is easier to detect than light. Light moves faster than sound, but sound is easier to detect. I'm not a scientist. I'm like a geopolitical expert. But my point is, I know a little bit about this, and I know that, like, I've read enough about how it's applied in the field. Like, you could have a system on a soldier's shoulder that beeps, and what the crazy part is they could be holding a little device. It would probably be more like a HUD. And if it were done right, you could have the shoulder-mounted missile detection unit put onto the soldier's eyes where the missile launched from. Because think about it, like, you're just listening, and so it can geolocate it. And that's all this is. It's just a lot of that. Yes, light moves faster than anything. I should have known that, because you see lightning before you hear thunder. But there's something special about how sound is detected that makes it far more useful for these purposes than light. Anyway, that was your science lecture for the day from a non-scientist owl. Taking you to the Philippines now, where a serious 8.3 earthquake shook the entire country, causing multiple buildings to collapse. This was an earthquake in the Philippines just a few hours ago. Oh, God. that whole building fell down. I thought like just the facade collapsed. Oh, the whole building went. There was a major earthquake in, the Jollibee in the Philippines, on that island is gone. Oh my. I'll show you this full screen. There was a serious earthquake in the Philippines a few hours ago while all this was going on, and this building is now gone. Yes, I'm hearing that there was a lot of building collapses in the Philippines. This is very shocking. I think that was pure terror. I think the reason that sounds so unnatural is it's like seeing something that you never expect to see. Lurley says, I am from the Philippines. Please add context. Absolutely, Lurley. So this was on... this is in General Santos City, Jensan. That was one building that collapsed in Jensan, General Santos City, and this is the other building.
What the fuck?
Oh my.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
It would be like seeing the target fall down.
What the fuck? What the?
That's an 8.4. Wow. Okay, now I have footage from Najafabad, Isfahan. That was in the Philippines. As I mentioned, General Santos City. Very serious earthquake. I pray for the people of the Philippines who have been hit very hard by an earthquake. It was initially reported as a 9.0, downgraded to an 8.4. It's still very serious. 8.4 is basically one of the most intense earthquakes you can see. I'm gonna take you now to footage from Najafabad, Isfahan, which clearly shows that the rockets from the most recent round of attacks towards Israel were launched in part from Isfahan. This is from on the ground in Iran. Every earthquake monitor gave a different rating. I see. Thank you, First 48. That's very helpful. I don't know a lot about earthquakes. I'm not a seismologist, but I did meet one time. This is from Isfahan, just within the last 2 hours. You're seeing, because the internet's back on in Iran, we're getting all sorts of videos. And when Iran launches missiles, the citizens of Iran know. Let's put it that way. Now I have footage from Hezbollah that was just released in the past 30 minutes. Let me give you the exact description. So this is footage released today, but from June 1st. So it's from a week ago. And it shows artillery rockets launched towards IDF positions in the town of Ad Sayit Mara Yahun in southern Lebanon. Latest from Hezbollah. From June 1st, released just 30 minutes ago though.
يا ابو عبد الله هيدي رمي مبارك ابو حسن شو توجه كلمه نداء يا فاطمة الزهراء يلي بتقاتل فينا هي شو أحسنت.
Oh, yes, Dennis, absolutely. Normally, Hezbollah doesn't speak in their videos. I normally translate them. We have some people here that speak Arabic. I'll try to find out what they were saying. But yes, the only reason this wasn't translated is normally Hezbollah does not include speeches in videos. This is quite abnormal. It's a sign that this is a video of importance. So I'll play it one more time. Hezbollah is showing some of its missile tech, which we also use these videos to analyze what missiles the different sides have. So one more time, the footage from Hezbollah released in the last 30 minutes from an attack on June 1st.
يا ابو عبد الله هيدي رمي مبارك يا ابو حسن شو توجه كلمة نداء يا فاطمة الزهراء يلي بتقاتل فينا هي شو الروح احسنت
Yep, Dennis, that's exactly what I do. I have one of those pieces of software. I just didn't have it prepped for this. The latest from Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. Wow, what an intense series of events. That was a lot very quickly. It's been 3 hours. It feels like we started 5 minutes ago. Let me show you a little bit more footage coming in from Iran now. Here is footage from Maladad, Iran. This is one of the missiles that was launched at Israel. Iran has ordered the evacuation of the Mashur petrochemical economic zone in the southwest of the country. Hello, His Airness. I repeat, Iran has ordered the evacuation of the Mashur petrochemical economic zone in the southwest of the country. I'll play you the report now from Al Arabia. Let me play you that now. It'll be in Arabic, but it only says what I just mentioned. It's 10 seconds long.
يعني دعني أنوه إلى ما يقوله الآن الإعلام الإيراني عن إخلاء منطقة معشور الاقتصادية للبتروكيماويات جنوب غرب إيران. يعني دعني أنوه إلى ما يقوله الآن الإعلام الإيراني عن إخلاء منطقة معشور الاقتصادية.
She's saying, according to the Iranian media, there's been an order of evacuation
كيماويات جنوب غرب إيران. يعني
for the Mashur Petrochemical Economic Zone.
يعني أنوه إلى ما يقوله الآن الإعلام الإيراني عن إخلاء منطقة معشور الاقتصادية للبتروكيماويات جنوب غرب إيران. يعني
Now, if you were, yes, Scott notes that the Iranians have said and continue to say that every Israeli attack will be met with a more intense response. Well, that's certainly the case. Let's continue actually listening to the report from Al Jazeera. We'll go back, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes or so, and then we'll see what happens at the top of the hour. If we go 2 hours without any launches after Iran's petrochemical facilities were attacked, I'd be surprised. You should expect a series of attacks across Israel in the coming hours, because Iran was attacked. We also have cameras inside Iran now, so we can look at Tabriz, Isfahan, like we can actually see when the missiles launch. And we have a camera in Tehran as well, which is incredible.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working...
That's an ad. Don't forget to turn your ad blockers off. Support the channels. Let me take you back about, I'd say 30 minutes, and let's see what's going on. That was the Philippines earthquake. Let me take you back to the top of the hour. We were in the middle of that update right before Zena Kador came on air. Let's take a listen.
The red line for it when it comes to the negotiations between the U.S. and Iran to end this conflict. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Zena Hudder, who is live for us in the Lebanese capital of Beirut. So given that, Zena...
Translator Tal notes that the next prayer is in 3.5 hours, so that's roughly around 5:30 a.m. And Iran is known for timing their launches with prayer in the holy city. Microdots, God bless you. Microdots says, thanks for staying on. My pleasure. God bless you, my friend. You are very kind. Let's take a listen to Zena Kador's report from Beirut just 40 minutes ago.
It now appears that Iran has militarily intervened in the hostilities that are taking place between Hezbollah.
That's true, Scott.
And Israel. How significant is it that Iran has sort of entered that side of the conflict directly?
Well, there is no doubt. There is no doubt. This is a new phase in the conflict. Iran, for the first time, militarily intervening. It did threaten to do so a week ago, telling Israel and the United States that targeting Beirut would be a red line. Iran also threatened to abandon negotiations altogether. So Iran intervening for the first time on behalf of Hezbollah.
The IDF is preparing for several days of continued exchanges of strikes.
Hezbollah's critics have long accused the group of doing...
Per Channel 12 in Israel.
...the dictates of Iran. So since the start of this conflict in early March, Iranian officials really have made clear that these two fronts, the Lebanon front, the Iranian front, they're not...
God bless you, Emma J. I think the world is on edge, and we pray that there is somehow an off-ramp. It all started because of that strike on Beirut. I don't understand.
Separate, they're linked, and that in any potential U.S.-Iranian deal to end the regional conflict, there needs to be a full cessation of hostilities in Lebanon. Israel needs to abide by a full ceasefire. What happened yesterday was Iran wanting really to impose a new equation, a new balance of deterrence.
60 seconds till the top of the hour.
Telling Israel, every time you hit Beirut, we're going to hit Israel. But Israel, hours earlier, wanted to impose
Oh, God bless you, Lurley. This is a service that's designed to provide information with no paywall, and your comments are so appreciated by me, and you are so wonderful. Lurley says, Grant, I love it. You come off as earnest, authentic, and a personally concerned citizen of planet Earth, and I just wanted to say something nice. And don't ever worry about donating. We have ways of different people sort of supporting Towel, and just your comments and even liking the stream, subscribing, those are all ways to help Towel Channel, and I'm just grateful you're here, and thank you so much for those kind words. They're very touching.
Its own new rules of engagement.
Oh, God bless you. Emma J says, thank you, Grant. You are my number one to watch. Oh, you're wonderful. Well, you're number one in my book, Emma J. You can all be number one. You're all Towels.
Every time Hezbollah fires any...
It's the top of the hour. Let's see what happens.
Rockets, drones across the border. Any cross-border attack will be met by strikes in Beirut. So Lebanon really finding itself central and key in the regional conflict. It is not separated from this conflict. And the statement really that was issued by the Iranian Military Command Council saying that Beirut, Israel crossed the red line by hitting Beirut, we knew that. But then they go on to say Israel must stop all attacks in southern Lebanon and the suburbs. And if it expands to that region, Iran will respond. It is not clear whether Iran is reiterating what it has been saying from the beginning, that there needs to be a full ceasefire and southern Lebanon is going to be included, or whether we are going to see Iran create a new equation where there needs to be a full ceasefire in Lebanon in order for Iranian attacks on Israel to stop. We heard from a Hezbollah official less than 24 hours ago. He told Al Jazeera that we could hear from Iran, including southern Lebanon, in its, in its demands as part of a regional settlement.
Okay, that's Al Jazeera's Zena Huder reporting live for us in Beirut on the effects this is having there. Zena, thank you. Well, earlier, U.S. President Donald Trump told the Financial Times about a phone call that he had with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He reportedly said that he calls the shots and that Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept a deal with Iran. Manuel Rapallo joins us live now from Washington, D.C. So, Manuel, this interview came out. It was published before all of this sort of kicked off. We know since then the president has said that he urged restraint on the part of Israel. That obviously has not happened. What kind of response will we likely expect from the president, and how concerned will the White House be about what's been happening in these overnight hours?
Well, first of all, Riley, here, this is not a good look for President Trump. We can imagine that there is quite a bit of concern within the White House, quite a bit of concern from U.S. diplomats watching this all unfold, especially those who have been working diligent behind the scenes for the last few weeks and months, working on the one hand on this one path that they're navigating, which is the Washington-Tehran deal, and the other path that's being navigated, that's being brokered here in Washington at the U.S. State Department, which is the ongoing peace negotiations between Israel and Lebanon. That specific reporting that you are referencing was published by the Financial Times earlier on Sunday, and it speaks to a phone call between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Pause. Okay. I'm going to show you the scenes of some of the damage. Well, then we'll go back to the top of the hour report. Yeah, first 48, but then I saw reports that America denied that they gave permission for Israel to strike in Beirut. Peter's Warhead, it's so good to see you. Yes, it's terrifying. I'm now going to show you inside the Samaria region, which is a home that was damaged. Miraculously, no injuries were reported as a result of this specific impact. This is in Israel. What did they launch to cause that much damage? Yeah, that's a shockwave impact. It blew the window open. That's a different house. Oh, there's a lot of damage. Wait a minute, that's a different house than the one we looked at before. Oh, that means a lot of houses are damaged. What did they do? No wonder why the Israeli military blacked this out. That's shockwave damage. Oh, this is bad. They may have hit a military base, but whatever they used to hit the base caused a huge shockwave. We're back. Hello. They caused some serious damage. That was a frame drop. We're back. I don't know what they hit. They didn't hit this house. This was not the target. The best I can discern, there were multiple houses that were hit by this shockwave. It caused a lot of damage. And then I can kind of tell that this is Beersheba. This actually might be... It looks like the south. Let me give you the exact location. It's Samaria. So it looks like whatever was struck was over here. You see how they're looking out the door, and the shockwave came and hit their house. So let's look at the impact right near the front. Yeah, so see the way the curtain, the everything is blown open. And then let's see if we can geolocate or like orientate ourselves to where this window. So this window was blown in. That doesn't tell us very much. A lot of the damage, where's the front of the house? So a lot of the damage is to the front of the house. So I feel like it's reasonable. Like, look what it did to the kitchen of that house. And then the door is right here. So I feel like it most likely came from where they're looking. So I think something was hit over there. But whatever the hell they used to hit that, whatever, the military base, they caused a lot of damage, and it did hit. Oh, definitely a hypersonic. That's the only thing that can cause a shockwave like that I've seen. They just destroyed that military base. This is probably more powerful than what Russia has. Yeah, this is bad. Breaking. The Houthis have released a statement. They're announcing a naval blockade in the Red Sea. Breaking. I repeat, breaking. The Houthis have released a statement. I'll play it for you in Arabic first. Then I'll translate it for you while you're listening to it in Arabic. The Houthis have released a statement. The statement says Yemen launched a missile salvo at Israeli targets in occupied Jaffa in response to the U.S.-Israeli aggression against Iran, Lebanon, Gaza, and Yemen. The Houthis are also declaring a complete naval ban on Israeli movement in the Red Sea, saying all Israeli maritime activity is now a military target, and warn that their operations will escalate as long as the war and siege continue. I'm going to translate this for you into English. I only have it in Arabic for now. This is from the Houthis.
بيان صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قال تعالى: يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن تنصروا الله ينصركم ويثبت أقدامكم. صدق الله العظيم. في إطار التصدي للعدوان الأمريكي والصهيوني على محور الجهاد والمقاومة في إيران وفلسطين ولبنان والعراق واليمن، ورفضا للمشروع الصهيوني الساعي لإقامة إسرائيل الكبرى تحت مسمى الشرق الأوسط الجديد، وسعيا منا إلى كسر الحصار الظالم والغاشم الذي يفرضه العدو الأمريكي على شعبنا وشعوب المحور الحرة والعزيز في لبنان وغزة وإيران، وفي إطار مبدأ وحدة الساحات ومواجهة الأعداء، وردا على العدوان الصهيوني على لبنان وإيران وغزة، قامت القوات المسلحة اليمنية بإطلاق دفعة صاروخية استهدفت أهدافا حساسة للعدو الإسرائيلي في منطقة يافا المحتلة، وقد حققت أهدافها بنجاح بفضل الله. وفي هذا السياق تؤكد القوات المسلحة اليمنية على الآتي: أولا، نعلن حظر الملاحة البحرية بشكل كامل وتام على العدو الإسرائيلي في البحر الأحمر، ونعتبر أن كل تحركات العدو أصبحت هدفا عسكريا لقواتنا المسلحة من لحظة إعلان هذا البيان. ثانيا، نؤكد أننا سنواجه التصعيد بالتصعيد، وإن عملياتنا العسكرية ستكون متصاعدة بما يواكب الأحداث والمعركة والاشتراك وبالاشتراك مع محور الجهاد والمقاومة. ثالثا، نؤكد على شعبنا وشعوب أمتنا الحرة في مواجهة العدوان الأمريكي الإسرائيلي، وأننا لن نقف مكتوفي الأيدي أمام الحصار الظالم على شعبنا وشعوب محور الجهاد والمقاومة في فلسطين وغزة وإيران ولبنان والعراق، وأن كل محاولات العدو ستبوء بالفشل بإذن الله تعالى، وإن عملياتنا مستمرة طالما استمر العدوان والحصار علينا وعلى محور الجهاد والمقاومة. والله حسبنا ونعم الوكيل، نعم المولى ونعم النصير. عاش اليمن حرا عزيزا مستقلا، والنصر لليمن ولكل أحرار الأمة. صنعاء 22 من ذي الحجة 1447 للهجرة، الموافق 8 يونيو 2026، صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية.
Okay, so I have the English captions for you. Apparently, what he was saying is, according to Interpretel, there will be no greater Israel project, and Israel has to go. And he says that let it be known, they will meet any escalation with more escalation. So I have the full captions. You just heard it in the Arabic. We're going to get to see it with full English captions now. I had to generate these and then do this manually. So if you will give me 1 second. All right, that's good. Now I'm gonna show you. So I'm gonna do this. All right, ready? And then I'm gonna type English captions. Okay. Then I'm gonna get this for you, and then I have the English captions ready. So I'm just gonna add them to the file. All right. No, I don't want to add a GIF. I clicked GIF instead of captions. It is 2 in the morning. In my defense. Yeah, the Houthis, you should know they're a little loud. That's their spokesman. He's been their spokesman forever. They're a little loud. All right, I have this for you with the English captions now. 1 second. Let me just... Okay, here we go. You're going to get to see everything translated with the English captions. Yeah, but he's been this way since 2023. Same guy.
صادر عن القوات المسلحة اليمنية. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قال تعالى: يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن تنصروا الله ينصركم ويثبت أقدامكم. صدق الله العظيم. في إطار التصدي للعدوان الأمريكي والصهيوني على محور الجهاد والمقاومة في إيران وفلسطين ولبنان والعراق واليمن، ورفضا للمشروع الصهيوني الساعي لإقامة إسرائيل الكبرى تحت مسمى الشرق الأوسط الجديد، وسعيا منا إلى كسر الحصار الظالم والغاشم الذي يفرضه العدو الأمريكي على شعبنا وشعوب المحور الحرة والعزيزة في لبنان وغزة وإيران، وفي إطار مبدأ وحدة الساحات ومواجهة الأعداء، وردا على العدوان الصهيوني على لبنان وإيران وغزة، قامت القوات المسلحة اليمنية بإطلاق دفعة صاروخية استهدفت أهدافا حساسة للعدو الإسرائيلي في منطقة يافا المحتلة، وقد حققت أهدافها بنجاح بفضل الله. وفي هذا السياق تؤكد القوات المسلحة اليمنية على الآتي: أولا، نعلن حظر الملاحة البحرية بشكل كامل وتام على العدو الإسرائيلي في البحر الأحمر، ونعتبر أن كل تحركات العدو أصبحت هدفا عسكريا لقواتنا المسلحة من لحظة إعلان هذا البيان. ثانيا، نؤكد أننا سنواجه التصعيد بالتصعيد، وإن عملياتنا العسكرية ستكون متصاعدة بما يواكب الأحداث والمعركة والاشتراك وبالاشتراك مع محور الجهاد والمقاومة. ثالثا، نؤكد على حق شعبنا وشعوب أمتنا الحرة في مواجهة العدوان الأمريكي الإسرائيلي، وأننا لن نقف مكتوفي الأيدي أمام الحصار الظالم على شعبنا وشعوب محور الجهاد والمقاومة في فلسطين وغزة وإيران ولبنان والعراق، وأن كل محاولات العدو ستبوء بالفشل بإذن الله تعالى، وإن عملياتنا مستمرة طالما استمر العدوان والحصار علينا وعلى محور الجهاد والمقاومة. والله حسبنا ونعم الوكيل، نعم المولى ونعم النصير. عاش اليمن حرا عزيزا مستقلا، والنصر لليمن ولكل أحرار الأمة. صنعاء 22 من ذي الحجة 1447 للهجرة، الموافق ل8 يونيو 2026.
Oh, he said a lot. He said from the minute that statement was issued, which was literally 5 minutes ago, they're going to start shooting at Israeli vessels. So they're closing the Bab al-Mandab Strait, but only for Israeli vessels. The Nikkei, the Japanese index, which was one of the only stock markets open, is down on the trading day 4.20%. But that might be different than their lunch break trading day. But the point is, it's heading towards a 5% loss on the day. And the trading day's open for maybe another hour in Japan, hour and a half. What about the London markets? Isn't it, what time is it in England? Isn't it almost 8 or 9 a.m. in England? I bet some of the European markets are opening. Are they all off? What do the S&P futures look like? S&P's the bellwether market. They're only off 1%. That's a little odd. What's oil trading at? Let's see. Oh, West Texas is climbing. It's at $95 a barrel. What's Brent at? 1 second. Brent's at 97.37. They're both about to hit $100 a barrel. And they're climbing. Both of them are up 5% on the day, which is interesting because the markets are off about that same amount. I wonder if there's a correlation between how much the price of oil goes up and what the markets do. Like, I guess this is probably an anomaly. I'd need a lot more data. It's 2:18 in the morning, by the way, if you're not completely disorientated yet, in the U.S., here in Boston. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. That was after the earlier stream. I was woken up. I ran over. The beginning of this stream was me just discombobulated drinking an energy drink. There's lots of missiles rained down. It is 8:18 in the morning in South Africa. It's 9:18 in the morning in Tel Aviv. And it's 9:48 in the morning in Tehran, Iran. There's going to be more missiles. The question is when. I feel like it's a bad idea to go to bed. I kind of want to nap a little bit more, but I feel like they're coming. I just have that premonition. This has been a wild night. Let's actually go to Al Jazeera's top of the hour update 18 minutes ago and just take a listen to that.
Israeli airstrikes hit targets in western and central Iran, including a petrochemical plant. The airspace around Tehran has been shut. Donald Trump calls Benjamin Netanyahu. The U.S. president reportedly saying that he calls the shots. And a powerful 7.8 magnitude earthquake hits the Philippines, triggering tsunami warnings. Several people are killed. Thank you for joining us. Israel and Iran are trading strikes in the worst escalation since a ceasefire came into effect in April. The Israeli military says it has struck several targets in central and western parts of the country. Iran has closed the airspace around Tehran's Imam Khomeini International Airport, the main airport field in the country. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says that they are ready for any scenario and for, quote, widespread operations on all fronts. Iran has fired a second round of missiles towards Israel. The Revolutionary Guard says that they've targeted 2 air bases. Tensions escalated after Israel struck the southern suburbs of Beirut on Sunday, killing at least 2 people and wounding 20 others. Iran accuses Israel of repeatedly violating ceasefire agreements.
Through its repeated violations of the ceasefire, the aggressive Zionist regime has continuously escalated its acts of aggression against the oppressed people of Lebanon. These actions have been carried out with the green light and support of the criminal United States and amid the silence of international community. By employing prohibited weapons, including phosphorus munitions, the regime has committed war crimes. Despite previous warnings issued by the Islamic Republic of Iran, the child-killing Zionist regime has crossed all red lines by intensifying its attacks in southern Lebanon and targeting Dahieh and the southern suburbs of Beirut. We had previously warned that if there were any crimes committed in Dahieh, we would strike within those occupied territories. The Zionist military must immediately cease its attacks against southern Lebanon and Dahieh. Should it expand its aggression in that area or respond to Iran's action?
There has been a strike near the Mahrabad International Airport in Tehran.
It will face even more forceful blows. In such a case, devastating operations will be launched against the regime and its supporters.
We have correspondents covering this story for us from various locations. We are live in Washington, D.C., Beirut, and Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. But first, let's go live to Tauhid Asadi, who joins us from the Iranian capital of Tehran. Tauhid, what are the Iranian leaders saying about these strikes? And are there any reports or any information on what may have been damaged there?
Well, actually, the message that we are hearing from the Iranian side is based on 4 arguments. First, they're saying that this is just a warning, not a all-out sort of war that Iran is ready for. Also, they're saying that the Israeli side must stop its attacks on the Lebanese territories with a very particular reference to Dahieh, where it is strategically important for Iran due to the presence of Hezbollah. They're saying that if the Israelis decide to keep on to strike back or answer the Iranian attacks, there are going to be more crushing and regrettable retaliatory strikes by the Iranian side. And fourth, they are saying that the country is ready for more to come, seeing the very fact that we also heard from them for several times talking about a confrontation beyond the region, and that's obviously running the risk of further escalation not only in the region but also beyond that. Speaking of the latest, we know that at least in 4 cities, we've got the reports, 5, I may correct myself, cities, we have reports of explosions and attacks taking place. First in Mashhad, an industrial petrochemical center was said to be attacked. No fatalities reported, but damage is reported, even though we don't have detailed information regarding the extent of damage. Also, in the city of Tabriz, local authorities are saying that a military base was targeted. Meanwhile, in cities of Isfahan, Karaj, and here in the capital Tehran, we've got reports of explosions being heard across those cities. And of course, when it comes to Iran's strikes, we've got 2 waves, 2 statements from IRGC. First, they came out to say that the Ramat David Air Base was targeted as a result of Iran's response to Israeli strikes on the Lebanese territories. Also earlier today, we've got another statement from IRGC saying that actually 2 military strategic air bases in the Israeli territories were targeted in response to Israeli attacks on radar bases in 3 locations across the country. All in all, we know that this is a very brittle, very fragile situation, and we see the region on the verge of a sort of, I would say now, controlled escalation as compared to previous rounds of war. The scope seems to be at this certain point limited. Whether or not it's going to be translated into another widespread confrontation is a big question. Another big question is the impact on the negotiations between Iran and the United States. The U.S. President Donald Trump is trying to pump the brake in that regard. However, we know that the two sides are trying to say that they are strong enough to retaliate when it comes to this very intricate situation.
Right, and how all this affects those negotiations remains to be seen. Tauhid, the IRGC has said that this is in response to repeated violations of the ceasefire in southern Lebanon. But has it said why now? I mean, these violations of the ceasefire have been going on for weeks.
Well, actually, starting from the very early days of negotiations between Washington and Tehran on ceasefire, Tehran has been time and again saying that one of the key sticking points, one of the key demands for it is the ceasefire across the region, in particular in Lebanon, seeing the geostrategic significance of Hezbollah there for the country and seeing a sort of, I would say, diminished regional influence of the country. And now they are saying that with respect to this repetitive strikes, and now it is going to the extent that it includes Dahia, they're trying to say that this is one of the sticking points for them with key and with significant influence on the trajectory of negotiations in this, as I told you earlier, intricate situation. And there is this sort of a concern among Iranian officials that in case of more and more attacks on Lebanon and in case of a decrease of presence of Hezbollah there, the next target to be severely attacked is going to be Iran. So they're going to keep that there in order to make sure that their regional impact stays as they wish. But still, we know that when it comes to Strait of Hormuz, the nuclear dossier and the ballistic missiles, the other issues, there are so many untangled knots. And this situation in Lebanon is, of course, one of them.
Okay. Al Jazeera's Tauhid Asadi with The View from Tehran. Our thanks to you. Now let's bring in Nida Ibrahim, who's following developments from Israel for us out of Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Nida, Tauhid was reporting there that the IRGC says that it has targeted air bases in Israel with these missile strikes. What can you tell us about what's been happening?
This announcer and Imran Khan and some of the journos, you can tell what this war has done to our voices. It's definitely taken a toll. Like, her voice was cracking. It kind of like impacts over months and months. It definitely impacts you.
Happening on the ground there.
Well, Riley, let me first.
Oh, God bless you, Michael Brown, who says a much-deserved cup of coffee for you, Grant Smith Ellis, American legend. Oh, I love those South African rands. God bless you, my dear friend. Michael Brown, you are so kind, and I will treasure these rands. Oh, God, I love rands. Hashtag Towel Love South Africa. God bless you and all the people of South Africa. You are wonderful, my dear friend. I'll treasure that forever. Yes, let's take a listen now to this report.
You with the latest we've got from Channel 13. That's an Israeli TV station saying that the Israeli Air Force is attacking Iran right now. That would be another wave of attacks.
Incoming! Iran has launched! They heard that I was going to bed. No, they were like, Grant, you can't go to bed. What are you doing, Grant? Incoming! Oh, it's a lot. It's like the whole north. Incoming. Iran has launched. Breaking. Listen to me. Iran has launched. Iran is not done. Oh no, Anthony, you spoke too soon, my dear friend. They launched Iran. I repeat, this is not a drill. Incoming to the whole north of Israel. Incoming. Iran has launched. I repeat, this is not a drill. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You have like 6 minutes. Iran has launched. I told you Israel attacked the petrochemical complex. I told you breaking. Iran has launched again at Israel. The target is Haifa. Time to arrival 6 minutes from this post. Live coverage. Oh goodness, ladies and gentlemen, this is bad. This is very bad. I told you. They weren't just gonna sit back. I told you it was coming. You have about 6 minutes. It's on the way. Oh no. It's Haifa. It's the whole north. I'm trying to get you the cams as quick as I can. Let's go now. Come on. You have about 6 minutes. You can see the warnings behind me. It's Haifa. It's the whole north. They're coming for the north. I don't know what type of missile it is. All I know is it should be on the way. Let's go. Come on now. All right, we'll get rid of this. Maybe it will load faster. Any minute now. We need our live cams. Let's go. There it is. You have about 5 minutes. I'm trying to get you the cams. Come on now, live cams. You can do this. They're struggling. All right, here we go. You have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. Incoming. Oh, another launch. Another launch. I don't know where this one's coming. Another launch. It's another early warning. It's coming to Hamatz, Harkamal, Center Galilee, Lower Galilee, Upper Galilee. There's multiple missiles coming. There are 2 alerts. I repeat, there's 2 sets of missiles coming. The first was launched at 2:38 a.m. Eastern, the second at 2:30. I repeat, there are 2 waves. So there's one coming in 4 minutes and 30 seconds, one coming in about 7 minutes. There are multiple waves. I don't know what type of missiles they are. You might see them on the screen. They're coming to the north. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, they've launched again. There are 2 waves. It's Iran. There are 2 waves. It's coming to Haifa. It's all the way from Kiryat Shimona down to the north of Netanya, which is to the north of Tel Aviv. Haifa appears to be the target. I don't know what to tell you. There's 2 waves incoming. As I mentioned, the first wave is coming in 4 minutes. The second wave is coming 2 minutes after that. How do I know? Because I saw both early warnings go up. That means there's 2 missile launches that have occurred. Yes, this is not good. The American news is asleep at the wheel. The Iranians are like, well, screw it. The Americans are sleeping. The Israelis are going to bomb us. We'll bomb them. It's an open war between Israel and Iran. There's so much for, a warning, because Israel immediately bombed the petrochemical. Alert! Alert! They're coming into Tel Aviv! Or get in your safe space in Tel Aviv immediately! Oh, it's the whole freaking country! Oh, my dear God! Oh, my God! What is going on right now? It's the whole country! Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a drill. It's the whole country. Alerts across the entire country of Israel right now. Iran is going all out. Oh my dear God. Oh, I don't know what to say right now. It's the whole country. Get in your safe spaces. I told you to stay near your shelters. I don't know what to tell you. Wake up the people in those cities. Get in your safe spaces right now. Go to your shelters. Do not delay. Don't risk it. Go to your shelter. Don't risk it. It's the whole damn country. Go to your shelter immediately. It's from Kiryat Shimona all the way to the south of Jerusalem. It includes the holy city and Tel Aviv. Go to your safe space. Go to your shelters. Don't risk it. So listen, here's what's going to happen. In 2 minutes, they're going to come to Haifa. In 4 minutes, they're going to come to Haifa. And then about 3 minutes after that, so in 7 minutes, they're coming to the center. I know, you should be getting off the roads. Beep your damn horns. Get out of there right now. I'll try to get you the cam over Tel Aviv. It's incoming everywhere. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, goodness. You have like 2 minutes. It's just going to start. They're going to wave red alerts from north to south. It's going to start in Haifa. Then it's going to go to Tel Aviv. Then it's going to go to Jerusalem. Iran is absolutely just, oh, goodness. This is very intense. This is way more intense than the strikes they were doing during the war, by leaps and bounds. I'm going to show you the Tel Aviv cam on the right now. What happened to our live cams? 1 second. Going to refresh our live cams. You have it's going to be like 5 minutes of madness. You're going to want to hold on to your seats, folks. We're about to go through 5 minutes of absolute madness. Once you hear the beeps from the phone, it's going to start. There's no way they can get all these missiles. There's like 7 of them. On the right, you have a live look in on Tel Aviv. On the left, I'm bringing up the other cams. We are staring down a very dangerous situation, ladies and gentlemen. Alerts, here they come. It's Haifa. Oh, it's Haifa first. It's all over the north. They are probably Khorram Sharars. Here they come. Oh, what is wrong with the live cams? This is not the time for this. Oh, it's all over the north. It's the entire north. The live cams are having some trouble. It's the entire north, ladies and gentlemen. It's the entire north. Now is not the time for this. YouTube is struggling. I'm not using an ad blocker. Oh my word. Oh my word. Can we please just get the live cams? That's incoming across the entire north. This is a lot, folks. This is a lot to take in. Alright, here are the cams. You're looking live. You're looking live now. This is definitely like an emergency situation for the U.S. government. If we're just going to ignore this, we have a serious problem. These alerts are going to wave north to south. What is going on? The next one should be in Haifa and then the center. It's going to be about a minute, maybe 2. It's Tel Aviv. It's Tel Aviv. Incoming. It's Tel Aviv. It's Tel Aviv. They hit Tel Aviv. I repeat, it's Tel Aviv. It's Tel Aviv. Incoming now. It's Tel Aviv. Air raids. Air raids. Air raids in Tel Aviv. Oh, that's a horrifying sound. Air raids. a Khorram Sharhar! No! Oh, that was a lot of hits. They've hit the Israeli capital. Oh. Oh, that was rough. That was a lot of, that was a Khorram Sharhar. Hello, Canadian OSINT. Nice to see you. Yes, been covering the war since March 28th. Welcome to the channel. Canadian OSINT does some great work on X. It's great to see you. So, those were Khorram Sharhar impacts in Tel Aviv. I can tell you that those were Khorram Sharhar impacts in Tel Aviv. I'm waiting for footage from the ground. I do not yet have an impact assessment. That was very intense. Yes, I absolutely can. Nitrostat. We had, so it started yesterday with an attack on Beirut's southern suburbs. Then Iran responded maybe at 3 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, which would be around 10 p.m. in Tel Aviv on Sunday by bombing Haifa in the north. And then Israel 4 hours later, 6 hours later, so about like 11 p.m. or so Eastern, bombed Iran in like 7 places: Tabriz, Karaj, Tehran, and then in the south. And then in response, Iran bombed Israel like at midnight exactly U.S. time. So that would be 7 a.m. in Israel and 7:30 in Tehran on Monday, June 8th. And then in response, Israel bombed a petrochemical plant in Iran. And then that was maybe like an hour ago. And then right now, 10 minutes ago, like live now, Iran responded by bombing Tel Aviv. And so that is what just happened. I'm not exactly sure what they just fired at Tel Aviv or where it hit. It sounded like a Khorram Sharhar, and it's daytime. So I'll be able to get you an update. It's going to take a few minutes for the footage for people to actually upload the footage. But yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that that was a daytime strike on the on Tel Aviv. And it was because Israel bombed a petrochemical plant in the south of Iran. Now Israel has to respond, basically. Let's watch the Tel Aviv live cam. Give me 1 second, and I'll bring up the Tel Aviv live cam from the AP, and we can watch it back. That was a lot, folks. That was a lot. So I'm going to show you the Tel Aviv cam from during that last round while I'm waiting for some footage. That was very intense. It was about 8 minutes ago. Yeah, I'm gonna play you back now the scenes from Tel Aviv. This is not live. This was from during this last wave. I'm gonna show you the Tel Aviv cam. This is during the last wave, looking into Tel Aviv. Yes, Mercury Star, we're looking at the replay now. 5 minutes ago, looking into Tel Aviv. Alerts are clearing for everywhere except Tel Aviv. I'm showing you the live feed now from 5 minutes ago of Tel Aviv. Smoke rising. Tel Aviv has been hit. Trey Yinks confirms Tel Aviv has been hit. I repeat, Tel Aviv has been hit. I don't know what that is on the building facade. That's a good question. And we're listening for impacts in Tel Aviv. Hi, I am Legend. God bless you. Hello to the people of France. I watched that great final the other day between PSG and Arsenal. I guess it wasn't as entertaining as it could have been. Arsenal plays a boring style of football. It's shocking that people were just driving around Tel Aviv as the missiles were falling. They weren't ready for this. I'm listening for impacts on this footage. I didn't hear any impacts on this, but Trey Yingst is reporting impacts. Let's jump live. Oh, they're still zoomed in, so they're anticipating more attacks. We'll leave that one running. We'll keep an eye on that, and then I'll wait to see if I have any impacts. I do have some images for you. I have some images for you from the ground. All of the alerts have cleared after that last attack. Iran launched another attack in the past 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It was around 2:30 a.m. I'm now going to show you some of the footage. I don't have any impact assessments from that last attack, but I am going to show you some of the footage of the missiles in the sky. Alright, so these are just some. This was Kasan, Iran. This was one of the launches right now. The most recent round was from Kasan. Here's footage from the ground in Iran. My pleasure, Remy. Thank you for being with us. God bless you. These are all the alerts ending. So all the alerts are clearing after that last round. So if there have been impacts, it sounds like there were. I will try to find out about them for you. Here's some of the scenes from northern Israel during that last round from Iran. This was about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, Scott, I did hear 6 to 8 impacts. It sounds like it was a Khorram Shahar. This is the north of Israel. All flights at Mahrabad Airport in Tehran are canceled until further notice.
علي علي
So this was in the north. I'm trying to get you footage out of Tel Aviv. It's going to take a second. I imagine Trey Yingst will have a report for us sooner rather than later. He did see explosions in the distance. All right, now I'll show you what started it all off. These were some of the Israeli airstrikes in Iran today. This was just one of the Israeli strikes. That was in Iran. Here's more footage from Iran earlier today. And this was Israel without the U.S. help. Here's more footage from Tehran. Might be Tabriz, actually. I think that what Iran just did was a response to the strike on the petrochemical facility. I'll show you footage. So right before that happened, about 40 minutes before, first of all, let me show you a ballistic missile interceptor going up over the south center of Israel during that latest round of Iranian attacks. It's always sad to hear the babies in the background. Okay, now I'll show you footage of one of the ones that may have gotten through. I don't know if this was in Tel Aviv or the north. This is in Israel just about 8 minutes ago. I'll show you more footage from the latest round of launches from Iran. Here are some pictures from on the ground. Certainly seems like an impact. I'm trying to get a full impact assessment for you in Tel Aviv and throughout the center of Israel and the north. Here's Trey Yingst's report. He's putting his helmet on. He's in Tel Aviv. This was 4 minutes ago.
Right now, air raid sirens are sounding across Tel Aviv as the...
That's a great question, Remy. I don't know how to tell the difference between the interceptors. I think other than like the amount of contrail they give off, like how much fire the missile uses.
Iranians launch more...
How much firepower.
More ballistic missiles at this country. Sirens also just sounded across the northern city of Haifa. And there are reports of sirens sounding in neighboring Jordan at this moment. The Iranians continue to launch barrages of ballistic missiles in the aftermath of the Israeli strikes overnight. that came in response to waves of Iranian ballistic missiles last evening. Now, before all of this yesterday, we know that the Israelis targeted the Dakhia neighborhood of southern Beirut that kicked off this round of renewed fighting. But again, the sirens right now an indication that there are more incoming Iranian ballistic missiles on the highway behind me. Some cars have chosen to stop on the side of the road, others continuing to drive, waiting to see how large this incoming Iranian attack will be.
So that was Trey Yingst just a few minutes ago on the ground. Now I'll show you what started this latest round. It's becoming one of those things where things are happening so fast you gotta map every single development. Iran launched a new type of drone overnight, by the way. It has apparently like a jet-powered drone. It's a jet-powered engine or something. It's apparently very unique. But let me show you what sparked this latest round of escalation. It was this attack on the petrochemical economic zone. I'll show you the footage. Here were the here's the second round. We're on the third round now, but let me show you what happened. It was, where is it? Where's the petrochem? It was this one. This is the attack that sparked the attack on Tel Aviv. We're in this tit-for-tat cycle now. Israel bombed the petrochemical complex. Yes, exactly, literally. Iran tends to retaliate, and that's exactly what they did here. You're looking at the footage. You're looking at the footage of the strike that started the series of attacks on Tel Aviv that you just saw. Clumsy clairvoyance, God bless you. My pleasure. Very good pun indeed. Sometimes you need moments of levity during the intensity. Now I'm going to show you more footage as it keeps rolling in. I don't know how this is going to play out. Here's footage from Haifa just moments ago. It has clearly popped off at the worst possible time. Well, I think it will be a long night of strikes, counter-strikes, and losses where we are staying up. I think the morning will bring an even longer day of events. I agree, Robin Hood. The U.S. is sleeping. Towel was not sleeping, but a lot of people in the U.S. were. The Dunkin' Donuts are almost open, though. I guess we can keep going. I should probably get some food and some breakfast. Did you know I completely quit drinking Dunkin' Donuts coffee? I'm really proud of myself. It was really hard. You have no idea how hard it is to stop drinking a large iced Dunkin's coffee with 2 espressos, cold turkey. But I did it. It took like 3 weeks. I felt terrible for 3 entire weeks. But I quit. So I haven't had a Dunkies. I think I'm traumatized now, so I'm not going to get Dunkies anymore. I have had an iced coffee, but I make it myself. Or I get it from like a local coffee place. I don't get Dunkies. And I'm telling you, there's something addictive about that Dunkin' Donuts coffee, whether it's the trans fat or the sugar. I've noticed a drastic difference in how I feel. But I was heavily dependent on it. For the 3 weeks I didn't drink it, I was in a mood. Yes, clumsy clairvoyance. I either will pause around 4 or 5 a.m. and I'll get my morning supplies and my breakfast, or I'll just get it delivered if more intensity happens, which I expect. It's the top of the hour, so let's see what Iran does. They just launched another wave, and we're still waiting for damage assessments from the from Tel Aviv in Israel and from Haifa. I've heard about that, Robin Hood. When people don't drink soda, it makes a big difference in their lives too. I'm going to show you now a clip of violent explosions echoing through. And the Houthis have banned Israeli shipping through the Bab al-Mandab Strait.
الصبح ما شاء الله ما شاء الله شوف
So that was from the north of Israel. Yes, Emma J. Yeah, I avoid soda. I'm trying to drink more tea. Tea is good. I'm going to show you now footage of some more missile launches, and then we're going to see how this all plays out.
هي طاحن كبس الصواريخ على الصبح ما شاء الله ما شاء الله شوف اخبط
11 12 ما شاء الله الله يزيد ويبارك
هي بس فيش فوقينا يا عم شايف هي طاحن كبس الصواريخ على الصبح ما شاء الله ما شاء الله شوف اخبط
11 12 ما شاء الله الله يزيد ويبارك
هي بس فيش
Not
فوقينا
really
يا
sure
عم
what
شايف
this is.
هي طاحن كبس الصواريخ على الصبح ما شاء الله ما شاء الله شوف اخبط
11
I'm not really sure what that is. They're speaking Arabic, so I don't really know. It might be an interception. Let me show you now passengers being evacuated off a plane at Ben Gurion Airport just minutes ago because of the missile attacks.
allora התעכב לקחת פקודה כמה רק דברים הכרחיים בבקשה לא מתוודות לא לעכב נושאים אחרים תודה allora התעכב לקחת פקודה כמה רק דברים הכרחיים בבקשה לא מתוודות לא לעכב נושאים אחרים תודה allora התעכב לקחת פקודה כמה רק דברים הכרחיים בבקשה
Okay, based on what I'm seeing, there were definitely impacts. I'm not sure where the impacts were, but let's take a listen to this. This was in Israel minutes ago. It's going to be loud. Whoa. Yeah, they struck. This is in Israel minutes ago. Wow. That is very loud. I don't know what they hit, but they hit something. That was brutal to listen to. Alright, let's take the top of the hour update on Al Jazeera. After that chaos, that was a very intense series of events. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They keep attacking each other. It feels like it's escalating. I mean, it is escalating. There's no doubt about that. It went from shelling in the north of Israel to Israel immediately targeted petrochemical facilities, and then Iran immediately targeted Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to give you the top of the hour update with a few minutes lag from Al Jazeera in just a minute here. It has been quite a night. It's been quite a day. It's going to be quite a day. This is all just starting. Let's take a look
home except me. I
Let's
can't
take a
even
look at how
afford to
Al
rent a car to
Jazeera
make the
broke in
journey.
about 10 minutes ago to cover what was going on.
The UN refugees of civil regime and gone back to us a quarter of Idlib in a camp.
We've prepared
strikes in the
It's
now
coming.
here's a reminder.
EPAT, Al Jazeera, Idlib, Syria.
Now here's a reminder of our top story this hour. Israel and Iran are trading strikes in the worst escalation since the ceasefire came into effect in April. Minutes ago, Israeli officials warned that a third barrage of missiles is incoming from Iran. You're looking at a live picture of Tel Aviv.
That's true.
Good to have you. Israel and Iran have traded strikes in the worst
God bless
escalation
you,
of
Chapo.
hostilities since a fragile ceasefire came into effect in April. Iran's Revolutionary Guards say they've targeted 2 Israeli air bases during 3 rounds of missile strikes on Israel. In the past few minutes, sounds of explosions have been heard in the central region and greater Tel Aviv. Yemen's Houthis have also launched an attack on Israel in support of Iran. The group says it will prevent Israeli maritime navigation in the Red Sea. Tensions escalated after Israel struck the southern suburb of Beirut on Sunday, killing at least 2 people there. Iran accuses Israel of repeatedly violating ceasefire agreements.
Despite previous warnings issued by the Islamic Republic of Iran, the child-killing Zionist regime has crossed all red lines by intensifying its attacks in southern Lebanon and targeting Dahieh and the southern suburbs of Beirut. We had previously warned that if there were any crimes committed in Dahieh, we would strike within those occupied territories. The Zionist military must immediately cease its attacks against southern Lebanon and Dahieh. Should it expand its aggression in that area or respond to Iran's action, it will face even more forceful blows.
Well, the Israeli military says it struck several targets in central and western parts of Iran. The airspace around Tehran's Imam Khomeini International Airport, the main airfield in the country, has been closed. Iran's Revolutionary Guard say they're ready for any scenario and for, quote, widespread operations on all fronts. Israeli strikes have hit parts of the capital, Tehran, Tabriz and Isfahan. The Israeli military says its air force has also struck several targets at a petrochemical complex in Mashhad. US President Donald Trump has held a phone call with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Trump told the Financial Times that
That was last night, before any of these strikes happened.
Netanyahu will have no choice but to accept any deal the US negotiates with Iran.
Hi, Didi Tames. God bless you.
Reportedly went on to say that he, quote, calls all the shots, not Netanyahu. Well, we have correspondents covering this story from various locations. We're live in Washington, D.C., Beirut and Ramallah. But first, let's go to Towhid Asadi, who's in the Iranian capital, Tehran. And Towhid, state media, we understand, has confirmed multiple powerful explosions rocked strategic hubs, including, as I mentioned, Isfahan and Tabriz. What are Iranian authorities saying about the exact targets hit? Are we getting any independent clarity on the extent of the damage?
Well, as we had in previous wars, the Iranian side has decided not to spill the beans about the details and whereabouts of these attacks. But still, what we know is that in the city of Mashhad, a sort of industrial petrochemical complex was targeted. The damage has been confirmed. The extent of that is not clear, and they're saying that the workers have been evacuated with no fatalities. Of course, in other cities, at least 4, including here in the capital, in the western areas of Tehran, explosions were reported in the city of Karaj, in the vicinity of the capital. Also, explosions are reported in 2 other cities, Isfahan and Tabriz. Also, attacks are reported in Tabriz. Local authorities are saying that a military base was targeted by the Israelis. Also, on the other hand, we've got reports from the Iranian side, statements coming from IRGC regarding the retaliatory strikes in that regard. First, they came out to say that Ramat David in Israeli territories, the air base was targeted in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanese territory. territories. Later on, we've got another report about two strategic air bases in Israeli territories being targeted in response to attacks on several radar sites in at least 3 locations across the Iranian territories. So we're dealing with a very escalated situation, even though at this point we can call it controlled escalation, as it is quite different compared to the previous war. And of course, the message that we hear from the Iranian side is readiness for all confrontational scenarios.
You mentioned sort of strategic escalation there at Towhead. I mean, before Israel struck Iran, the IRGC explicitly warned that their Sunday barrage was just the beginning of a full week of continuous round-the-clock missile and drone attacks. Now that Israel has struck back directly inside Iran, is Tehran signaling that it will follow through with those kind of threats?
Well, indeed, what goes without saying is the very fact that it's going to put a certain amount of impact on the trajectory of diplomatic engagement. And on that, I have to provide you with this latest update about Iran's diplomatic engagement. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, following the initiation of this exchange of fire between Israel and Iran, of course, he had several phone conversations with his counterparts across the region, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Iraq, Egypt, and also beyond the region in France, United Kingdom, Turkey, and most important of which I can refer to Pakistani officials. But at the same time, we know that what we hear from IRGC, they're saying that this is just a message of warning, and they're saying that Israel must stop its attacks on the Lebanese territories in general and in Dahia, the southern areas of Beirut in particular. Also, they're saying that in case the Israelis continue their attacks on the Lebanese territories, and in case they retaliate the Iranian attacks, there are going to be more crushing and regrettable retaliatory strikes.
A lot of you have been asking me to test out.
Don't forget to turn your ad blockers off. Support YouTube and your favorite channels.
And of course, we have to also keep in mind that there are other sticking points as we are dealing with a potentiality of diplomatic engagement, or it could be another round of escalation ramping up to a next level if the two sides decide not to practice self-constraint and continue the trajectory of these strikes.
Towhead Asadi in Tehran, thank you very much, Towhead. Let's go to Ramallah and speak to Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim. So, Nida, Israelis once again having to contend with orders to take shelter, schools shuttered during these missile barrages. What is the picture across Israel in the wake of these attacks?
Well, first of all, let's get to how we got here. And we got here after Israel struck Dahia, that's the southern suburb of Beirut. And then that attack, according to the Israelis, was not gonna be retaliated by the Iranians, even though the Iranians made that threat. And then, until the very last minutes before Iran started its volleys of rockets into Israel, the assessment in the security establishment was that Iran wasn't going to launch rockets. But then when it did, it was very difficult for Netanyahu not to retaliate, even after President Trump has warned against this move. And that's why we find ourselves in this same situation again, that Israelis are having to go to shelters, to protected areas. But we have to remember, in a highly militarized society like Israel, people there are supportive of wars, are supportive of a war, particularly on Iran, as it's been seen as the big evil, the big devil, if you may, in the region that needs to be put in check. And it was really a delight for Israelis when President Trump decided to go ahead with what Netanyahu has been lobbying for decades now, to strike Iran. But what happened at the end? they could not achieve any of the war goals that Israel had put forward at the beginning of this round in late February. And that's why the Israelis, particularly Netanyahu, has been lobbying time and again to resume the war. Are we looking at a resumption of the war, or are we looking at an escalation? This debate is being waged in Israel, and many in the security establishment are sensing that this might take a few days of military escalation. They're getting ready to get more reservists to call them back for service, as well as trying to limit gatherings, trying to probably decrease the number of passengers flying in and out of Ben Gurion. This morning, the rockets that have been coming in from Iran have disrupted the movement of one flight that had to go back after it took off. So in general, we are talking about a situation where the Israelis are getting ready for an escalation, but in the sense of that, they are looking, particularly Netanyahu, at a full-scale resumption of the war.
Anita. Yeah, she's not wrong. Okay, here's what I want to do. Jason, it's good to see you. Welcome to the channel. Here's what I want to do. I want to pause. I need to get some caffeine, and I need to rest for a little bit. This is going to be a long day. Trust me, you will see another live. But let me catch my breath. I have to record a civil hearing at 8:45 too. It's very important, and I can't be live during it. I think we all need to catch our breath. It's going to happen again. Well, mark my words. You will see me live again very soon. Shannon, it was so good to see you. Rebby, it was so good to see you. Interpret Towel and Lurley. Rekka, it was so good to see you. Yeah, the Boom Boom Tel Aviv song, I think is apropos. Well, Jason, she works for Al Jazeera, and Israel banned Al Jazeera, so they have a bit of a grudge. Al Jazeera is Qatar's national network. There's some history there. That Qatar, how Qatar reports on Iran and Israel is directly dependent on their at that moment view of Iran or Israel or both. Qatar is very neutral, but they still will get mad. And if they get mad, they'll take it out on you in their coverage. So now they're mad at Israel, but sometimes they get mad at Iran, and then they don't give Iran a lot of play either. It's very political. I never recommend watching one channel. I try to amalgamate perspectives, and in that way look for narrative as narrative. I try to parse out the framing from the kernels of truth. Every news station's reporting on certain kernels of truth and wrapping it in narrative. Your job as an informed consumer of information, and I'm happy to help you do it, all of you, is to figure out what's narrative and what's fact. And the best way to do that is by hearing 5 people lie to you about the same event or thing that happened. That was kind of gross. I breathed in a little bit of dust from the air. It was gross. How are you all doing? My name is Grant Smith Ellis. My point remains the same, though. It's all about perspective. How many, when I said that was gross, by the way, I literally breathed in a dust particulate. It was not a pleasant feeling. But what I was saying is that it's best to not take any perspective on, even mine, on news as gospel, and instead try to parse out the primary source from the analysis, and then find out who is running the operation, what is their bias, what is their perspective. Every news channel has useful information, maybe not as much the Western news channels, but it's oftentimes layered in narrative. Because news, I don't like news as an industry. It's why I provide this public information service. But news is an industry, unfortunately. And as a result of it being an industry, The consequence is that it's layered in narrative. I recommend reading Theodor Adorno and Max Horkheimer's Dialectic of the Enlightenment, in particular Chapter 8 on the culture industry. Now, Adorno has a great theory called degrees of simulation. It's kind of hard to explain. I can explain it to you this way. So, imagine you're in a room with your friend and their cell phone. I could come up to you and say, could you describe to me that cell phone that belongs to your friend? Now, say you've known this friend for 20 years. You remember when they got the damn thing. They dropped it at the bar. It's got a crack on the screen. Maybe they, like, have a specific, like, way they hold it or whatnot that caused, like, a dent or whatever. You would tell me all about that. Now, Adorno would say you're describing to me your friend's phone from the first degree of simulation. You have as much context possible for the phone. Now, you know what else I could do? I could have you take a picture of that phone, right? Like just on a Polaroid or something. And then we could go back to your roommate who's never met your friend, has no idea about their phone, but they can look at a picture. And we could show them that picture and say, tell me, I could say to your roommate, tell me about that phone. Now, they could do it. But you know what they'd probably do? They'd probably describe something about the make, the model, the color. Maybe they see a superficial piece of the image. But I assure you, they'd have less context than you. Okay? Because they've never met your friend and they don't know anything about your friend's phone. Adorno would call that the second degree of simulation. Now, what if, after I showed your roommate, who had never met your friend, a picture of the phone, I said to your roommate, now can you write me down? Can you just write down what you just said to me? Would you mind doing that? Your roommate could do that. I assure you that they could write down their description of the make and model or superficial damage, and I could take those written words, all right? I could walk down the street to the coffee shop. I could go sit down. I could ask the waitress for a cup of coffee. And she's never met you, never met your friend, never met your roommate. And I could say, ma'am, here is this written description of a cell phone. Could you read it for me? She could do it, but she would have absolutely no idea what that original cell phone was because she'd be reading words about a picture of a cell phone. Words written by someone who didn't even know where the cell phone came from to begin with. In turn, Adorno would say, that woman, the waitress at the coffee shop, was consuming the cell phone in the third degree of simulation. Wrap it all up. All modern news is consumed from the third degree of simulation. Your job as an informed consumer of that information is to get back to the second degree of simulation. Ideally the first degree with primary sources, but at least the second degree, and find out what they're lying to you, why and what they're lying to you about. Now, if you read Dialectic of the Enlightenment, it's not going to get you to where you want to go. It's only going to set up the problem. To get the answer, you got to jump a little bit forward in time to Orson Welles' Citizen Kane. Now, Orson Welles was like a diplomat's son. Shut up, Vampire Weekend, no pun intended. How about that for a pun? But anyway, Orson Welles used to like hang out with Churchill and all that. So he was a smart dude, and he definitely read Adorno and Horkheimer, who invented the Frankfurt School in Germany. They invented the discipline of critical theory. They were like first generation Hegelians, kinda. They hung out in Vienna in the 1890s. Bro, anybody who was anybody hung out in Vienna in the 1890s, apparently. It was all the rage. You gotta read Dream Story, though, if you want to learn about that. That was the basis for Eyes Wide Shut. So anyway, Adorno and Horkheimer founded the Frankfurt School. Then they got kicked out of Germany because they were Jewish. And, they weren't allowed. They were in the 30s. So they write Dialectic of the Enlightenment. And then Wells makes Citizen Kane in 41, 42, 43, 44. Somewhere between there, like in those 3 years. It's a great freaking film. The pinnacle of really American cinematic exposition pre-Kubrick. Until Kubrick came along, Orson Welles typified the genre of directing in the United States. So anyway, Citizen Kane's famous for a lot of reasons. Like, it was the first film to feature ceilings, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but it actually is a big deal because you can't really light like a shot with ceilings. At least you couldn't back then. And Orson Welles was really smart. And so that movie, if you really break it down, is kind of about 5 different people telling you about the life of Charles Foster Kane, which was based on, that character was based on William Randolph Hearst, who in turn tried to like beat up Haynes. Like, he sent some guys to Oklahoma to like try to beat up Orson Welles. Orson Welles and William Randolph Hearst only met once in the elevator of the Mark Hopkins Hotel in San Francisco. That must have been a tense elevator ride. I've been to that hotel. It has a very nice view of San Francisco. Anyway, so my point is Orson Welles kind of was trying to like write about William Randolph Hearst because he didn't like him. Maybe he was a fan of Joseph Pulitzer. I don't know. Anyway, it was some split. What I actually think it was there was a split in the Bohemian Grove in like the 1890s, like early 1900s. It was very fractious. It was very intense, and they kind of split along these different lines. Anyway, Welles hated William Randolph Hearst, and Welles made this movie about this guy named Charles Foster Kane, and in the movie you can hear 5 different people basically tell you different lies about Charles Foster Kane's life, and you're supposed to put together a picture of the truth. Do you think maybe Welles was kind of picking up on the initial foundations of critical theory as established by Adorno and Horkheimer and then giving you the solution? You got to build your own way out of the 3rd degree of simulation by amalgamating perspectives, learning to see narrative as narrative, and then as such rebuilding the 2nd degree perspective that you were that was encoded through that cultural propaganda, thus liberating yourself, engendering cogent public discourse, warding off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide, and vis-a-vis education, information, and entertainment, saving the wider world. How about them apples? See, you gotta read your critical theory. Thank you, Lurley. Yeah, Sinclair's a little bit dangerous. Michael Brown, God bless you. Yes, I'll be back later today. I gotta rest a little bit, then I gotta get up, and then I gotta record a court hearing in like 5 hours, and then I'll be back with you, I'm certain. So anyway, that was kind of my overview of critical theory. I like all philosophy. Don't get me started, though, because if we start talking about Hegel and Kant and Max Weber and, John Locke, then I'm just going to start going. And once I start talking about Hegel and syntactical dialectics and the artificial suppression of cultural antitheses, then I got really mad. I start yelling about the Epstein-Khashoggi regime and how PNAC artificially suppressed the emergence of a cultural antithesis, and that's why we've all felt culturally alienated for the past 27 years. They stole history from us, but you can't stop the ever-flowing progress of history, and thus Hegel's universal form has won out in the end vis-a-vis Iran. I've read a little Derrida. I didn't read as much Derrida, so I read Rousseau, and I learned a lot about Rousseau, mostly so I could juxtapose Rousseau's conception of the state of nature with Hobbes's conception of the state of nature. But anyway, after reading a lot of Rousseau and the Confessions, I was just baffled. I was just baffled, so I never really read Derrida. I think my professor knew Derrida. I don't remember when, wasn't Derrida writing in the mid-1900s? My professors knew everybody. They used to just be like, oh, that guy, I know that guy. They knew the prime minister of random European countries. They're like, oh, I knew that guy, I knew that guy. You'd be surprised how many political philosophy professors birth politicians, which I guess makes a lot of sense now that you think about it. They're always very proud when they send a politician out there. It's actually one of the few things, I think it's what Plato was trying to say in the Republic. You don't need philosopher kings. You just need Aristotle tutoring Alexander the Great. You know what I'm saying? Then you can make it happen. Oh, the Iranian Foreign Ministry is speaking. Hold on. Before I go to bed, I'm going to translate it to you into English for you. Yes, Adnan Khashoggi stole my damn paintings. All right, the Iranian Foreign Ministry has held a press conference before Washington held a press conference. This is whole blame for you. We're going to watch it together. The Iranian Foreign Ministry is having a press conference right now. We're going to watch it together. I'm going to translate it for you into English. Give me 1 second. And then I'm going to bed. Because it's basically well, I'm not going to bed. I'm going to go try to relax because I got to record a hearing. I also want, like, caffeine. I'm tired. All right, the Iranian Foreign Ministry has just held a press conference after bombing the loving hell out of Israel for like 3 hours. They just don't care anymore. They're just sticking it to them. I gotta translate the video for you, which is gonna take a second to get the captions going. But yes, I can tell you that the Iranian Foreign Ministry is indeed having a press conference right now. You can listen to it in the Persian while I translate it, but they're having a press conference right now. This is not translated yet.
ما هیچ کس خبر نمی‌کنه که عملی از رژیم صهیونیستی سر هماهنگی و همکاری قبلی با رژیم صهیونیستی. 1. 2 اینکه ما از نظر دور نداشته باشیم که وزارت خارجه آمریکا صراحتاً دلیل اصلی تحمیل این جنگ علیه ایران رو حمایت از رژیم صهیونیستی ذکر کرده. این موضع رسمی آمریکا بوده. اینکه همین الان هم علیرغم ادعای مقامات آمریکایی ما اطلاع داریم که سنتکام هم در زمینه پدافند و هم در زمینه آفند با رژیم صهیونیستی کاملا هماهنگ و همکار هست. اینکه تفسیر بشود رژیم صهیونیستی دیگه حتی از آمریکا هم حرفشنوی نداره و مستقل از خواسته های آمریکا یا با هدف تحقیر مقام های آمریکایی دست به جنایاتی میزنه، این بحثی است که همیشه در موردش صحبت کرد. اون چه که برای ما مهم هست این هست که مسئولیت آمریکا به عنوان طرف تفاهم آتشبس 19 فروردین محرز هست. هر اتفاقی که در منطقه ما بیفته، چه خود آمریکا عامل نقض آتشبس باشه از طریق حمله به کشتی‌های تجاری ایران، تعرض به مناطق جنوبی کشور و یا به واسطه رژیم صهیونیستی در لبنان یا همدستی با آمریکا در منطقه خودمون، مسئولیت آمریکا مسئولیت مستقیم محرز هست و پیامدهای تشدید تنش هم بر عهده آمریکا خواهد بود.
So I'm gonna get this for you with the English captions in about 30 seconds. This will be the I can't believe they're having a press conference. They beat us to the punch. They absolutely caught us sleeping. Are you kidding me? They're awake and having a press conference. They're just mocking the U.S. They're like, huh? Huh? Now, my guess is they're gonna... I already know what he said, because I read a little bit about it. He definitely said that they think the U.S. is behind, is involved with Israel in these attacks, and that Trump is faking it. So I'm gonna get you the English captions now. It took me a second, but I have them. Let me just make sure they worked. Alright, here we go. I have the English captions of this speech. I made them myself. I had to encode. It takes a second to do the translation. Alright, here's the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson with English captions speaking now. Literally like 10 minutes ago in Tehran. Mercury stars like they have an emergency button for when Grant gets sleepy.
ما هیچ کس باور نمیکنه که عملی از رژیم صهیونیستی سر بزنه بدون هماهنگی و همکاری قبلی با رژیم صهیونیستی. 1. 2 اینکه ما از نظر دور نداشته باشیم که وزارت خارجه آمریکا صراحتاً دلیل اصلی تحمیل این جنگ علیه ایران رو حمایت از رژیم صهیونیستی ذکر کرده. این موضع رسمی آمریکا بوده. 3 اینکه همین الان هم علیرغم ادعای مقامات آمریکایی ما اطلاع داریم که سنتکام هم در زمینه پدافند و هم در زمینه آفند با رژیم صهیونیستی کاملا هماهنگ و همکار هست. اینکه تفسیر بشود رژیم صهیونیستی دیگه حتی از آمریکا هم حرفشنوی نداره و مستقل از خواسته های آمریکا یا با هدف تحقیر مقام های آمریکایی دست به جنایاتی میزنه، این بحثی است که همیشه میشه در موردش صحبت کرد. اون چه که برای ما مهم هست این هست که مسئولیت آمریکا به عنوان طرف تفاهم آتشبس 19 فروردین محرز هست. هر اتفاقی که در منطقه ما بیفته، چه خود آمریکا عامل نقض آتشبس باشه از طریق حمله به کشتی‌های تجاری ایران، تعرض به مناطق جنوبی کشور و یا به واسطه رژیم صهیونیستی در لبنان یا همدستی با آمریکا در منطقه خودمون، مسئولیت آمریکا، مسئولیت مستقیم آمریکا محرز هست و پیامدهای تشدید تنش هم بر عهده آمریکا خواهد بود. خب ببینید در منطقه ما هیچ کس باور نمی‌کنه.
Well, there you go. The Iranians are up giving press conferences. Let's take a look at how the Japanese market closed. Give me 1 second. The Japanese market closed down. How much did it close? It closed down 0.385 at the end of trading. Let's check the West Texas crude. The West Texas index has hovered around 95, so that's about the same. Alright, and then what about Brent? Where's Brent? Brent is at 97. Alright, so there you go. That's your roundup. Stocks are probably going to drop between 2 to 4% upon the opening bell, both in Europe and in America. Oil prices are up 3 to 4%, with both West Texas crude and both West Texas index and Brent crude hovering between 94 and 97 respectively, with the European markets about $3 higher, obviously. There has been an intense night of strikes. It started, it did not stop. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for watching Towel News. We won't do our traditional ending. I do like to list the presidents in order before I go. So even though I'm only stopping to take a break for breakfast and prepare and etc., we'll be back again, I'm sure. I wanted to say thank you all for watching. God bless you. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for welcoming me into your home or wherever you were watching today. This is Pete Bunny Towel. He's the channel mascot. He likes to say hi to his friend Francine. And then also I like to do something at the end of every stream to check my mental acuity. I like to list the U.S. presidents in order to the best of my ability. It's called Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. Shout out Triple Bob. All right, so you got President Washington, then of course you got President Adams, President Jefferson, President Madison, President Monroe, President Adams Jr., President Jackson, President Van Buren. Skip 9, 10, 11, 12. 13 is President Fillmore, then you do Tippecanoe and Tyler 2. So you got Polk, Taylor, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Rutherford B. Hayes, Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, Woodrow Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, FDR, Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush 1, Clinton, Bush 2, Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump. There you go. Literally, it's very special, and I'm so glad to have you with us. You're a very special person. God bless you, and welcome again to our new wonderful friends who have joined us today, and hello to our old friends as well. I also saw that wording, Canadian OSINT from the Indian Embassy, informing citizens to leave Iran by any means available. This is going to be an intense day. Michael Brown, God bless you. Mercury Star, it was so good to see you. Clumsy Clairvoyance, it was great to see you. Jason, thank you very much for your kind words. I will get some caffeine, come back anytime. I added your towel wrench. And to all my towel friends, I really appreciate all of you who turned in. Alvaro Martinez, it's so good to see you. I'll see you later today, friends. As I mentioned, I have an 8:45 a.m. hearing I got to record in the Michael Proctor, Karen Reed matter. It's going to be wild, barring some kind of like sidebar that keeps it from us. Can't stream that live, though, by court rules, so I got to record it. Then I'll be back for more live coverage. If you enjoyed this stream today, if you want to help Tal, there's different ways you can donate. You can like, you can subscribe, support the channel. You can also donate if you want. I'll put the links. I would be remiss after another 5-hour stream if I didn't put the links in the chat. That's 10 hours over the past, 24 hours or less. You can donate via Cash App. You can scan the little item on the screen, money sign Grant Smith Ellis. There's a Venmo at Grant-E1. There's a PayPal, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. That was the first donation read I did in 4.5 hours. So God bless all of you. Thank you for supporting Towel Channel. I really appreciate it. My goal is to create a free to access public information service that's designed to educate, inform, and entertain. I use 20% entertainment as a buffer to insulate your brain from trauma in order to facilitate 40% education and 40% information, and thus engender culture public discourse to ward off the usurpation of our representative or otherwise forms of government worldwide. Thank you for making that possible. Thank you for being with me today. I'll continue to pray for peace. I will be back with you for further impact assessments later in the morning. Thank you for watching Towel News. I won't do our traditional ending because we're not done for the day. But God bless you. Be well. Do consider a donation to our veteran service members or homeless veterans today, or animal shelters, or the big issue in the UK, or just smiling at someone on the street, or reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or even giving away 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell did one time and having them designated honorary towels during the outro forevermore. In that way, let us live up to our, change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service and kindness rooted in unconditional love. Therein, living up to our Tau Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and thus bringing about a new digital epic defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a towel. God bless you all. May God bring peace out of this very difficult situation. I will pray for that. I will pray for all of those impacted by these bombs, and I will pray for all of you. Thank you for being with me. God bless you. Good night, good morning, good afternoon. As it comes up on 3:45 a.m. as the sun is about to rise here in the East Coast in Boston, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 9:45 a.m. in South Africa. It's 9:43 a.m. in South Africa. It's 10:43 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. And it's 11:13 a.m. in Tehran, Iran. Signing off for now, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. God bless, be well. Thank you for watching Towel News. Find more, youtube.com/@Grant Smith Ellis. See you.